Hey, we're live.
Welcome.
Howdy.
Monkeys.
And nobody. God, you guys suck.
In my defense, I had to reach for my my controller. I'm like, oh crap!
Laugh it up, fuzzball.
Well, you have at least entertained him.
Welcome to Chapter 2, Session 11 of our Legends of Generica GURPS campaign. I am
Yay.
Gigermann, today's GM.
Hi, Gigermann.
It is the penultimate session of the campaign.
Can you define penultimate?
It's the one before the ultimate. Last session was the anti-penultimate.
Second to last.
Right, bookkeeping.
Yes.
That happens.
I
would like to
need
increase my axe, please.
The hell for? You already kill everything
because.
immediately.
Exactly.
Let me see.
I do one thing, and I do one thing very well, thank you. Now I do it even better.
Murdoch, I need you to make 2 rolls of 3d6 and don't add them together. Or whatever. All right. 1, 1, 3. And 3, 5, 1. What do we got? 1, 1, 3. Is that how that works? Yeah, I think the first one is Alchemist Fire again.
It's appropriate that he's, constantly drawn to fire.
Indeed. And the other one is 3, 5, 1. What do we got here? 3, 5, 1. Oh, it's a Euphoria potion.
I'll take that. Whoa, man. You're crazy, man. You're crazy.
So an Alchemist Fire and Euphoria potion. Nice.
See below. Yeah, don't tell Getwell you have that.
Question is, does he even know what it is?
Well, that's true. You may try to take it as a healing potion at one point, and it doesn't quite work right. All right. Item number 2, Dustin. So I mentioned before that as an apprentice, you would the uniform for an apprentice is the brown mantle, basically a cape thing, with the Wizard's Cross in white on the shoulder. Are you actually going to be traveling in that uniform?
Probably would, yes.
Okay. Which basically just means that you can be identified as a member of the Wizard's Guild. That's all I had for my bookkeeping. Anybody else got anything? Murdoch's is raising his axe, which technically he should probably not consider that raised until after this is over, but never mind that.
Leo wants to get better at climbing.
Did you not do that last time? I think I remember you saying something about that.
I don't think I've increased it.
Well, you mentioned it anyway. Anybody else?
Yes. Due to Kenrick's skill points going up, that means or character point cost, whatever, going up. Magnus's went up to 4, so I spent those on improving his brawling skill to 12.
Right.
My horse likes to get into fights. It's really weird. Beyond that, I don't have anything else with Kenrick because I've only got 2 points, and everything that I want to improve is 4 points or more.
Dustin, get well.
I only have like 1 skill point at the moment, spendable, so I don't know that I have anything that I can spend it on to
Nothing's
really
spendable
make it.
for me.
Well, you don't have to.
I think I'm going to pass for now.
I knocked off a couple of preparation points for the tolls and the inn that you stayed at, plus stabling the horses here. So you have 2 remaining, and those are still in effect. FYI. And with that, once upon a time in the land of Clichea, in the kingdom of Generica, in the 12th year of King John the 17th, having just found what appears to be the princess, the company of the Bere are at the ancient temple ruin, where Dustin has just used the mirror to discover her true identity.
And made a likely terrible decision.
Quite possibly. Dum dum. First, we need that. And that. All right. So, when we last left off, we don't have any catch up to do, so Dustin has just used the mirror, and behind him he sees that the princess does not look like herself.
Those are different.
Come, princess. I'm here to we're here to rescue.
Yeah.
I'm here. I mean, we're here to rescue you.
That's one of those counters that I've been meaning to make forever and never got around to it.
I kind of like it.
So, in the immediate second or two, Dustin is going to do what?
I'm going to stick with what I said last session, in that he's going to call it out.
What specifically does he say so that all the PCs can react to it?
Friends, that's not the princess. She's
What?
blind.
I look back at Dustin. It's like, you're crazy, man. And I look back at the princess. She's totally the princess.
And she's
I'll
got
show
that
the mirror.
what face on.
What?
And she protests her innocence. Says, "Brother, make you cured the snake poison, and you drove
I know.
off the crazy person in the woods. And you, Master Elf out there, I see you. You faced off with that bear. And
I
you,
point to the
Master
mirror.
Dwarf, you drove off that pickpocket. Surely this is some horrible mistake."
Do we notice him using the mirror?
I don't know,
I
dude.
just pointed at it.
That's another interesting question. Does Dustin happen to see us in the mirror?
Well, do we have to do a perception roll?
No. You are basically just out of arm's reach of Dustin. You can see him plainly looking at a mirror.
So I believe him. So I'll be like, I will brandish my axe and I'll do an intimidating stare towards the princess and say, "Who are you?"
Well, you realize that there is a cleric in between you and her.
Then I'll get in range where I can see her.
I
Be
will
like,
turn
"Who
and
are you?"
square up against. I was like, what craziness is going on?
Are you
here?
standing in place? Or are you jumping back? What are you? How is that working? Because
Who, me?
I'm presuming you were in the process of helping her get to her feet there.
Yes.
All right.
This is
Well,
highly irregular.
if you are, let's see.
Well, here I'm going to glance over my shoulder at Dustin, and I'm going to see if I potentially actually see the reflection in there, and I'll just play it up based on the roll.
All right.
And I'll be like, I'll look at the mirror, I'll squint, notice that it's dark hair, not blonde hair, and look back at the princess, and then I'll look back at the mirror, and then I'll look back at the princess, and I'll look back at the mirror, and just look very confused for a few moments.
And while you're doing that, Murdoch is staring the princess down with his axe raised, saying, "Who are you?"
Well, hold that thought. The second or third time Getwell looks back, he does not turn back around toward the princess because he finds a chain wrapped around his neck and something sharp pointed at it.
What's all this then? I was basically keeping an eye out to make sure we weren't ambushed from outside. Like, wait, what's going on?
Meanwhile, Leodin was outside the temple, coming down from his perch previously, I presume, to go collect arrows, and he hears all that commotion inside. How is he going to react to that?
He will. So I hear it.
Mm-hmm.
The failed IQ suggests that unless it's obvious, it's not necessarily something to be concerned about. It's not the sounds of things that are concerning. So he'll just quickly gather his arrows and catch up with the group.
I would say that those raised you're not that far away, so you can kind of tell that at the very least those raised voices are accusatory, and the female voices are complaining.
Okay. So then...
He's totally thinking, oh crap, Getwell just exposed himself, didn't he?
That's my boy.
Again?
Oh.
Leo will run in.
All right. Well, so Leo's on his way in, and Getwell feels the foot in his back as he is pushed away into Dustin and Murdoch, and while at the same time,
damn, princesses got moves.
that wasn't the princess that had him; it was one of the other girls. But
well, Lady in Waiting's got moves.
And
I'm going to sew Malcolm Reynolds this girl.
At the same time, you hear the princess, or the not princess, exclaim, "Sisters, prepare!" At which the other two girls bite down on a ring on one of their fingers, while the not princess drops something out of her sleeve to the ground, says a couple of words that you don't understand, but will later be able to determine to have been Dark Tongue, and stomps on it. After which, you hear a deafening nails on chalkboard screech exploding outward from that area. Everybody will make a health roll at -6.
Ouch.
Including Leo?
Including Leo.
It's magic!
Oh, ouch.
Wow.
Oh, you did say
What a
-6.
time for that.
Ooh. Well, if you're going to fail at something, might as well. Oh!
Nice.
Actually, I think Sir Kenrick might have had a +4 to that for hard of hearing.
Oh, that's totally true.
All right, and that looks like everybody.
Murdoch has
So
a helmet too, doesn't he?
Who?
Murdoch? Is he where?
Yes, I do.
What kind of helmet?
It's a pot helm.
I don't think that specifically covers the ears. Does it? Does it say it covers the skull, or does it say it covers the face and skull,
Covers
or
the,
just
it
the
just
skull?
says covers the skull.
Just the skull. So that doesn't cover the ears then. All right. Let me do
Well,
a
since
quick
I'm
calculation
kind of
here.
have half my face burned off, do I get -1 for hearing for that?
No, but that's hilarious. Let's see. So
Scramble
that's
for every point. Hey, you can use a Benny.
yeah, that's that. And
Actually,
not
I
plus
will burn a
that,
Benny.
Wow,
and
really?
plus that. No, don't burn a Benny. I'm denying your Benny usage
You what? No, I'll burn a Benny.
I'm denying your Benny usage
You what? Why?
because it's pointless.
What? Why is it pointless?
If you wait a minute, I'll get to it.
Okay.
So
Let these naughty ninja nuns have their moment.
basically,
right?
Sir Kenrick is the only one. Let me start over. Okay, first, all of you roll 1d6,
Including me?
including Sir Kenrick.
I approve.
All right. So Murdoch and Sir Kenrick. And if I'd given us Sir Kenrick a bonus on that, then he still would have. So you two actually fell in such a way as to potentially injure yourself.
What?
Do a random hit location.
I will burn a Benny.
So I succeeded, but
But you
I
failed.
failed.
I'm not done.
That's
So
some
if we
bullshit.
get if we get a 3 on this, does that mean I don't fall?
No. Yeah, that's about what I thought. All right, you two, Murdoch. Yeah, that figures. Okay, well, so you guys fell on something, some bits of rubble or something across your chest or back or whatever, and because you're wearing your armor, it doesn't end up doing anything to you. But it would have really hurt a little.
But we're prone.
As it happens, you guys are all paralyzed, with the exception of Sir Kenrick, who can actually twitch his fingers and move his eyes around a little bit.
Oh, I'm staring at
Yay.
Murdoch's butt.
Everybody else face
That's
planted.
not his butt.
That's not very nice.
He landed on you, bro.
Actually, I should make Dustin do that too, since he crit failed.
Yeah, Dustin died straight up. It was tragic. Sad.
All right. Hit location roll for Dustin.
Hit location roll for Dustin.
Neck.
Break your neck.
Oh, that would
All
be
right.
messed up. So he fell down on top of Bratwurst.
Bratner. If you say
Bratwurst.
bratwurst,
Whatever.
well, hey, if you say bratwurst, it's just a sausage. It's not going to do him any harm. But if you say
let it
bratner,
did
then it will
harm.
hurt.
You can
Okay?
choke on a sausage.
But this is a digestive tract. It's so hit him in the abdomen. Okay, he didn't like swallow it.
Dustin has a male shirt on, if I recall correctly.
Whatever he does in
He
the
does.
privacy of his own room, I don't care.
DR5.
Yeah, 5. Holy shit.
Really? Male shirt?
Oh, it's 4 to 5.
Okay, right.
Damn. You guys are crazy.
What? I'm disappointed I don't have more than DR12. Technically, it should be 13.
All right, so you guys are all prone now, or supine, depending, and completely unable to move, with the exception of Sir Kenrick, who is looking
Desperately
and
trying to, move.
and tracking the princess with his eyes as she walks past him, or walks up to him. Basically, first she picks up the mirror from Dustin and, disgusted, looks at it, fixes her hair a little bit, and then throws it out the window, off the cliff.
Well, that's just
That
rude.
bitch.
Rude.
And then,
It's completely uncalled.
Can I actually speak? Can I
Hurrah!
speak?
Yes, it's gone.
no, you may not.
Aw.
You can just huff and be afraid. And she hops down across Makyu's torso and squishes his face a little bit and said, I really wanted to play with this one. She likes him for some reason. And she gets up and kicks him. Oh, well. Plan B, I guess. We'll get Drago to come clean this up. Let's go. And Sir Kenrick is the only one that can make out that they're headed in the general direction of the way you guys came in.
Guys, plan B is going to involve that asshole, isn't it?
And sometime later, about 260 minutes to be exact. How many hours is that?
For everybody?
Yeah.
Even those of us that actually made the roll?
Yes, which I am starting to think maybe that shouldn't be the case. You know what? So Sir Kenrick is going to be out for an hour, and everybody else is going to be out by their... Damn it, what was I saying?
Margin of failed something.
Sorry, excuse me. 10 minutes. Sir Kenrick is out for 10 minutes. Everybody else is out for 10 minutes times the amount that they failed by, which means Murdoch is only out for 10 minutes as well. However, that means Dustin is going to be out for 2 hours.
I guess we
Great.
can carry him.
Well, we probably want to see about trying to retrieve that mirror in case it's still functional.
Don't worry about the mirror. It's gone.
No, we need that to prove that she's not the princess.
We know she's not the princess. That's proof enough.
I said proved, not to us, to other people.
Especially the king, who's probably not going to want to believe it.
But
All right,
the important thing that I had noticed is she used present tense about the princess. She said she likes Getwell, which causes a shiver, but it's present tense. It's not like she liked him.
That's
That
true.
would imply she's still alive somewhere. I can kind of understand why the king wants to just, board his daughter up somewhere and, board up the walls, because she's a walking disaster. She's worse than Lois Lane in Man of Steel.
Yeah, a little bit. So, immediate plan?
Well, I am going to be springing up
Kenrick and
checking
Murdoch
on
are up
everybody.
first. Actually,
Make sure
who's
they're
next?
Please move my eye line away from where it currently
So,
resides.
Getwell is 60 minutes. Sled in
Murdoch
70
is going
minutes.
to be getting up to about the time that I am.
So it's going to be an hour before anyone but Sir Kenrick and Murdoch will be up.
Would first aid help at all?
Well,
We could try. I'm gonna try it on. Let's see. What's your wait? Yours is gonna be on dwarf.
Yeah,
So
I'm
you're gonna be at
dwarf.
-2. I've only got a 10, so I can at least give it a try on probably get well in the presumption that he can do some sort of wibbly wobbly magic-y stuff. Wow. All right. Might not work because this is magic, but let's give it a try.
Magic.
You're at least reasonably certain there's nothing physically wrong, other than the fact that he can't move at all.
Oh, I just had a bad thought. I'm gonna try the potion I have. Give it to brother. Get well. See if it works.
We're like, whoa, his eyes rolled back. Oh God, look at his pen. No.
It's so euphoric.
Oh, that's not right. I didn't need to see that.
So, having determined that there's nothing physically wrong, what next?
Well, I can carry one of the guys over my shoulder.
Probably we need to get everybody out of here because she implied that she's going to send that Drago dude, which I'm guessing the shadowy guy, back.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll start dragging everybody out or
We
carrying
can
them
just
outside.
carry him. I mean, the two of us are the strongest ones in the group, so.
True. So you start gathering everybody up and try to drag, pull, carry
Yes.
as much as you can.
Yeah, well, Dustin's a tiny dude and Liddon's an elf, so they can't weigh too much.
It's possible. All right.
Getwell's put on some weight though.
You're a little bit into gathering everybody up there and starting to drag them around. You notice that a couple of the Nefarian guards are starting to stir as well. Although looks like some of them have lost a lot of blood.
I will do coup de graces on them and just slit their throats.
Well, as you put down the friendlies you have and start to pull out your knife or whatever, you notice that one of those Nefarian guards sticks his hand up in the air a little, just barely able, with an ampule in his hand, and he says, "For the honor."
Oh no.
And he smashes it against his chest.
And the whole thing explodes, and I guess we're doing Dune next week.
A thick black mist billows out from the source, and it grows quickly outward.
Yep,
Man.
time for us to leave.
Drake, we are leaving.
Let's see, who can we leave behind? Oops, we're gonna have to leave. Do we leave Dustin or Getwell behind?
All
So
right,
it's spreading from the Nefarian Guard 2. How close was I to Nefarian Guard 2 by the time he did this? Would you
That's
say?
a good question.
Right,
You guys
we're
are in the
leaving
process
Murdoch
of dragging
behind.
people out, so we'll say that you guys were probably here-ish, and we're dragging people here-ish. Like so. All right, I will also tell you that the black mist is growing at 2-yard radius per second.
Good Lord.
You will also notice, as it does, that at the center of it, it seems to be hardening into a sort of semi-transparent black rock.
Well, this is kind of bad because oh, dude. Yeah, this is very bad.
Can't talk.
You can also see one
it's
of
just
the
gonna shift me into extra heavy, which means it's gonna overtake me.
Extra effort. You can giant step every action.
No, I could just throw you in, and that might, no,
Sad
I wouldn't do
face.
that.
So grab and
I mean,
drag,
I
hoist and run.
Yes, getting as clear as possible. Hopefully, it's obviously going to have a
Well, what we could probably
maximum
do,
range.
what we probably could do is both me and Kenrick can put one person over our shoulder, and then we carry.
Which is going to shift us into extra, at least into extra heavy, just for their weight.
But then we also, and then with our spare hands, we're carrying the last guy. So it'll probably be you're carrying Getwell, Kenrick, I'm carrying Dustin, and then we're both holding Leodin up with our spare hands.
You guys are going to be
rushing.
You guys are definitely going to be loaded.
Yeah, and my extra heavy move is 1.
You can drag. Drag reduces the encumbrance by an amount. It's half.
Yeah, it's probably enough to at least get you up into the 2. In which case you can manage to get out, and that's what I'm going to assume. So you guys hoist, drag, etc., and move directly away, or to the extent that you can, from the mist as it grows out to, probably I think 10 yards is what I had. Where did I put that? Yeah, I think it was 10 yards. Anyway, and as you collapse out at the edge of its radius, you will be able to look back and see that, as I said, the rock has formed.
That way.
Well, we would go the most expedient way away.
No,
so
because
that's off a cliff.
That's going off a cliff. If anything, we'd be desperately trying to go in that direction. Because remember, there's only one way up. Yeah, you're operating on knowledge that we don't have at the time. You're like that it's going to stop at 10 yards. We don't know that. So this direction is the only way down out of this this cliff. So unless we want to go over the side and plunge to our deaths, which would certainly mess with Daniel's game.
That would be odd. At any rate, so basically everything you see within that circle, by the time it's over, will be encased in what you now can look and see is probably easiest described as black amber. Anybody going to touch it?
No.
I can't.
Live in Australia. I know. You just don't fucking touch it.
Don't touch it. It's pure evil.
All right. Well, yeah. So the mist does stop at a certain point, and now you're just left with that mountain of black amber in the middle of the temple area.
Well,
but otherwise you're out of it.
Well, for the fun of it, Murdoch will take his sling and just cast a stone at it.
Oh, that would be hilarious if the rock actually shatters, and it's
I know
completely disables. But yeah, and then
It is a meteoric. It is a meteoric.
No.
Stone.
Yeah, no. What I was thinking is like it shatters, and when it goes down, this entire area is just like a crater. We're like, oh crap!
It takes a chunk out of it.
Well, are we going to wait here for these guys to wake back up?
Or start tracking?
I seem to recall it was something of a slog to get up here. And I would hate to try to drag them down a mountain.
So
I would be perfectly happy if you carried me down.
I would probably say at this point that it would take you about the same amount of time whether you tried to drag / carry them all the way, or waited for them to wake up and then moved, with the exception
Well,
of
we
Dustin.
I'm
we woke
perfectly
up.
okay not having to worry about having
Shut
to
up!
climb.
You're paralyzed. You can't talk. You don't get a vote.
By the way, you guys aren't asleep. You're actually paralyzed, so you
Oh, I
can see
know.
everything that's going on.
And hear everything.
And I'm carrying you so that your face is in my armpit, so you're smelling my sweaty, armpit.
But for the record, Dustin is not going to recover till you get back to town.
Great. Well, yeah. The oh man, really? That's gonna suck.
Well, he's not heavy.
I guess we might as well
Because
just drag them down.
No, I'm thinking we don't, because we know we came out of this fairly quickly, so we're probably going to be operating on the presumption that they're going to be snapping out of it anytime soon. We'll just be a little surprised that they take so damn long.
Is this a mountainous area?
Yeah.
So I'll use survival mountain and just make the area a little bit survivable while we wait.
Okay, so you're looking for some temporary shelter.
Yes.
No biggie. The weather is not particularly bad at this point. The only consideration here is you are at higher altitude, and given that this is late autumn, then it has been getting quite cold.
I think I probably will also go around the side to I don't know where
Right.
Chicky Poo threw the which direction she threw the mirror. It's possible it didn't go all the way down, because where we were at could be like
She gave it
right there.
She gave it a pretty good chuck. You can make a perception check if you like.
I can try. I'm not great at perception. Well, I'm doing a lot of by zeros today.
Yeah, I know. Well, you don't see it. You're not sure how confident you are in that, but if you were going after it, you have nowhere to go. So.
Oh, I'm not. I wouldn't be going after it. I'm not a Billy
I wouldn't
goat.
expect so.
Well, understand this. Murdoch recalls somehow Dustin getting the mirror after and this is metagaming, obviously, but he recalls that he
not entirely.
hit it, and somehow Dustin got it back. So the assumption is that this may come back anyway.
Since Murdoch didn't
Kendrick
actually
doesn't
tell
have any
anybody
of that.
about
Yeah,
that.
Kendrick doesn't have any of that knowledge, so.
Yeah, so Murdoch is the only one that has any reason to believe that at this point, with the exception of, actually, no, Dustin has no idea either.
You'd always ask Leo to have a look as well.
Yeah, that was ultimately the plan, is like, if I saw where it was at, like it was remotely easily accessible, I could like point it out to Leo, since I know he's a tolerably decent climber, I think. I don't remember what your climb is.
So
got better.
if you
I've got climbing and I've got rope too, but
yeah, but you're in armor, and the fairly certain the encumbrance level in armor affects your climb.
It should.
I know it affects your stealth.
So that means you guys are waiting in the area for a while until Leo wakes up.
Well, yeah, like I said, I'm presuming that both Kendrick and Murdoch were expecting everybody to start snapping out of this, and we're going to be surprised that they're taking so long, because two of them are human and one of them's an elf, so that doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, it takes it's probably a good 30 minutes or so afterward
I guess they
before you
failed
start
their
getting
fortitude saves.
Before you start getting all the feeling back in your hands. Yeah, so at a little after an hour, Leodin is finally ambulatory and can go take a look if he wants.
And I use observation for this, since I'm specifically looking.
That doesn't seem like a good use of observation in this case. Just perception, I would think.
Or
Not search. Not in this case. It's not hidden necessarily. Leodin is
Man.
more confident than Sir Kenrick was that it is
Well,
there.
yeah, he's got 4 points more in perception than I do.
Either it's gone or it disappeared or she chucked it really hard.
Does extra time change anything? Because Leo would be standing there, he'd be looking for a while.
I'll give you that. You are more confident.
I feel like the GM's being a jerk.
I cannot see it. Perhaps she did not throw it down there.
I saw her throw it in that direction.
Then maybe we have to get down there and search.
Now, more importantly, we need to find the actual princess. So we have to clearly, I guess, track this imposter down and make her tell us where the real princess is.
How much longer before Get Well comes out?
No idea.
Getwell was before Leodin.
So Get Well's already up.
Yeah.
So Get Well then could probably examine Dustin and determine how much longer he could potentially get out because he is a healer class. And then that would determine we need to carry Dustin off this mountain.
Well, if nothing else, we also probably need to have Leo start seeing if he can track where the chicks went. I mean, obviously, we're going to likely presume it went back to that town, but
Found him.
You have at least 3 sets of very feminine-looking slipper prints, and they are most definitely headed through the shortcut back to town. Looks like.
We must face the peril.
oh, it's such a tragic thing that Getwell lost the will to live and jumped off this mountain.
Just a little peril? Bet you're gay.
All right, so after that hour has passed, are you going back to town immediately? Are you following the tracks back to town, or are you trying to find?
Well, as Paul mentioned, that we can have Getwell at least try to determine how long it's going to take Dustin to wake up.
Would that be diagnosis
I have no
or some
idea.
kind of spell thing?
Well, okay, so assuming Getwell has a similarly successful diagnosis roll, he's going to determine that this is a magical quote-unquote illness and not
Yeah, I'll
not something that could be treated with regular medicine. I don't know if he has any spells in that regard. I don't think he does.
No. I mean, I could try and command him to get up. Shake it off.
That would be
No,
funny.
short of a remove paralysis or something like that.
Nope.
So he doesn't have any idea, and he has no idea how long it's going to take for him to snap out of it.
I'll carry him down the mountain. In my arms.
Back to town then.
Yes, that seems the
Tail
logical
between our
choice.
legs.
No, we're following these crazy fakers.
You will return the way you came. You lose the tracks here and there, but it seems pretty obvious where they're going. So after a while, it's like not bother with the tracks.
It's pretty obvious where they're going. we can take the shortcut back. Because the
We are
shortcut...
taking the shortcut back. He
Are
said
we?
they were taking the shortcut back too.
Did he? Okay. Catch up.
He did say that.
I heard him.
I was unconscious. Paralyzed.
You were not unconscious.
You were not
You're just
unconscious. He was not unconscious because, you had to do the tracking. I can't do the tracking.
So it is definitely late afternoon by the time you get back. And when you arrive back in Highroad, you discover that the town is a bit more active than when you left before. You will also notice that the banners of Prince Fane of Antigonia are on display.
Great.
Given that he was only 2.5 hours behind you when you got here in the first place, that means he will have just arrived about 30 minutes after you hit the temple. So he has not been here terribly long.
I say we let him marry her.
No,
You
you
will-
can't do that.
You will
let
also
him figure it out.
You'll also notice that there is the presence of other armed men wearing black and gray colors of Ravencliff, who is the lord of this barony, is a Ravencliff. Since you guys did do the research beforehand, you'll know that this is the domain of Baron Sir Juris the White of Nutworth. And clearly he is in town, which, given that there is a prince here, stands to reason.
I need a place to put Dustin down.
Dustin is starting to get the feeling back and is able to speak and stuff. You're kind of having a weekend at Bernie's him for a little while, or not weekend at Bernie's. The Man in Black, Princess Bride, after he takes the pill. So for a while you're having to move his head and shit, but he's able to talk and kind of look around.
So that didn't turn out like I was expecting it to.
And unfortunately, it seems the mirror is lost.
Is it?
I've already told you that she threw it off the cliff.
No, that was being facetious.
So, as you arrive, Dustin is basically ambulatory at that point. What is your immediate plan?
That's a really good question.
So, as far as what you had prepared before, the horses and such are stabled at the inn, and that's basically all you've got. I'm assuming that your equipment that you did not bring with you was probably deposited at the inn as well. I don't know what you brought with you in that regard. I assume you went light. And as a
Yeah.
reminder, it is late afternoon. The sun is starting to get a bit low.
I need a beer.
Back to the tavern then.
We have more
Maybe 2
important
beers.
things than to deal with than that.
Dustin can barely move.
We got to figure out what we're going to do next. So a beer sounds like a good idea.
I need a new party.
Where are you going
One
to go,
that
Sir
isn't-
Kenrick? Where are we going?
One that isn't comprised of functional alcoholics.
I'm not an alcoholic.
You can quit at any time.
I can.
You
I like
start-
the paste.
you start ambling in the general direction of the inn, and soon after you start that direction, you notice that a number of the Baron's soldiers take notice of your presence and approach you in numbers.
No, you can't have Lady Wagon.
And the leader of the soldiers speaks and says, "You lot are required to appear before Lord Notworth to answer accusations of attacking Her Royal Highness. I recommend you come willingly."
Well,
what?
we've figured out what happened to the fake. Identify yourself there.
Who's this guy?
He is Gardo of
Cardo.
Ricardo. Nice.
he is Gardo of Highroad.
How many are there?
Dozen?
Oh, you mean the
Yes, Lee.
phony.
This is yeah, and this will we can maybe get access to the Baron.
I was gonna like whisper to Skinner, we can take him.
He wants a disapproving look, doesn't he?
You know, normally I would say no, you probably can't, but given how this typically goes, you'll probably wipe him out in like 3 seconds. So
Lead on, Sergeant. We would speak with the Baron
Oh,
about
okay,
this
good. It's not
false princess.
Oh, good.
come with
At
us.
first, I thought for some reason it was the prince dude.
No, he
No.
said they're wearing the black and
Yeah,
gray.
the livery of the locals.
All right. So you guys are removed to the square where the Baron is coming out of some tavern or whatever brew house that he had apparently been hanging out with the prince. So you've got the Baron, you've got the prince, the princess is also there, and a number of other citizens are starting to sort of gather around as the Baron starts to raise his voice and asked, as you are presented to him, he asked which of you will speak for your company.
We all
gonna
turn.
have to. Yeah, that's it's like I'm not the greatest speaker, but Kenrick will have to identify himself. I'm Sir Kenrick Woods. I am the captain of this company. I don't know what the official thing is for Baron, my lord.
My lord.
Is it just my lord? Okay.
Anyone know Henrik's surname was Woods?
Nope.
I'd be
You'd
less
think- you'd
surprised
think he
about the
knows
Dukes
someone.
knowing that.
There's no way you haven't heard him identify himself as such.
But did you hear that he claims to be our captain? That's odd.
Well, it's on the paperwork.
You signed the paperwork saying that he's the captain. You
In
did.
quotes.
Oh, I did.
Dwarves do
Huh.
read, right?
From time to
He
time.
you guys told him sign here, initial here, or he did that.
And I
skimmed
kill
it.
when you point. What's the boggle?
At that identification, the Baron speaks and says, "Your company stands accused of attacking Her Royal Highness person and other shameful and lewd acts, which I will not repeat, by His Royal Highness the Prince of Antigonia, who has
This is
demanded your
false.
immediate
Haven't gotten to the shame and lewd acts yet.
who has demanded your immediate expulsion from the realm. You, sir, are a knight of Generica and sworn to speak the truth. How do you answer these charges?"
These charges are completely categorically false.
We never got to the lewd
Shut up!
actions.
Gonna have to execute my own members, aren't I?
All right, so at this point, you will either submit to a reaction roll, or you can use influence
Or
to
both.
sway the Baron. Well, depending. So, influence.
Is
Yeah,
public speaking
well,
considered
it is.
Public speaking
So-
can be considered an influence skill, and it is the skill one uses to complement law if you are speaking at a trial, which you kind of are.
I don't have law. I need law.
However,
we
this
do
is,
have a kind of I win card here. I don't know if anyone's thought about it. We have, yes, we have Murdoch's meteoric iron stone. You just touch that to the, the altered visage of whoever, the hair color will change.
That I like
Is
that.
is the princess here?
You do not do that. That will get you straight up executed.
No, I'm just saying, is the princess here?
He said
she
she
is.
I'll
She
choose.
is standing very close
Okay.
to the side of the prince.
I'll look at
So-
Kendrick and say, "Do you mind if I take this?"
Well, we have to do the reaction thing, and I'm like, that's gonna
Well,
be.
if he's going to do public
that.
speaking, then you can just do that. Holy God. Well,
You'll have to
That
make
will
sure
work.
that that all of that stuff is actually appropriate. Like one of
Okay.
them may not.
yeah, I don't think Born War Leader will help here.
Technically, if the dude actually knew
he's
who I
known.
was, I would have an additional +3 for honesty.
He is status 4, so you are -2 to him. Which is far better than the prince, who is status 6.
Yeah.
Would
but it's
status
like-
really come into this?
Status absolutely comes into this.
So he would be less inclined to believe him just because he's low status?
Absolutely.
That's how that crap works. Luckily, I think we would get a potential bonus from this dude being antagonist because, this is a French guy showing up in England going, "You should do this thing."
Which is going to reduce his overall status bump based on the fact that he is a foreigner here.
And isn't he an antagonist? I mean, aren't they antagonistic to our nation in general?
So, his general reaction, just based on him looking at you, would probably be a bit on the positive side of neutral, I would say. If Murdoch starts reaching for his belt, he is going to be executed immediately.
Possibly by me.
Also, you should bear in mind that Laodan is not a wizard.
What?
Laodan
Laodan
has
would-
absolutely no idea if that's going to work or not.
Yeah.
So, Getwell was considering making a bit of speech.
A grand speech.
Yeah, because we need to try to. Damn that stupid mirror.
So, Getwell will expound upon our mission, what we've done to both establish our credentials as honest and forthright citizens of the realm, in the pursuit of the princess for the king. So, doing such lewd and nefarious acts would, in fact, be very counter to our roles as rescuers. Downplay the prince's, legitimacy even here in our realm without insulting him, but at least give everyone the kind of like, oh yeah, I guess we don't really like the antagonists. And beef up Kendrick's, personage and ensure that he slips in that, hey, this guy actually got to third place, and he's actually a really cool dude, and subtly and see if he could
What about
get
do we?
the princess's
Oh.
goad by getting her to slip up somehow, either blow her top or get better
I
yet,
never said my name, sort of
yeah.
trick.
Yep. That kind of thing.
All right. All that is great. With the exception of trying to trick the princess. If you do that, you are going to take a penalty. I am also going to have you do a forced savoir-faire high society assist.
Ha. Even with whatever.
Yeah, okay, that's going to be defaulted, but that should be fine.
Crap, I should have really made a roll for that too, because I forgot about it.
Technically, he's the one speaking here. I would give him a sort of kind of assist from the fact that you are status 2, so you're sort of lending your gravitas to the speech there just by standing there and looking cool.
We could also just plant the seed of doubt. We
Yeah,
could say, hey, time out, and we talk amongst ourselves, but loud enough so that he could just hear what we're saying, and we just say, look, we know that she's just a fake princess. She's not the real princess. Why don't we just let this French dude take her off to his lands, and who cares? We'll go find the real princess.
You know well enough when you're in an audience like this that you don't speak out of turn.
Right, but we'll request a timeout so we can speak amongst ourselves. And
Right.
we do it just loud enough, so he can hear and plant the seed of doubt. So he'll
What
go.
would the penalty be to try and get her to react in some untoward way?
Okay.
Even if it's
Explain
just minor.
specifically what you're thinking there.
Um.
And I'll remind you that she seemed to know everything that happened.
Yes, as if she was there the whole time. As if we were.
How did she escape?
I don't know what assumptions you're making about what's gone on here, but she seems to have all the princess memories.
Yeah, that's true. Well,
So, question: if Brother Getwell is trying to get a response out of the princess to maybe crack her visage, could my fearsome stare help assist?
Drink.
No, if you start doing the fearsome stare, somebody's going to fearsome stare right back at you.
Yeah, I guess that really wouldn't work for trying to get her to crack. But
well, if you're explaining all the stuff that we did up there, we've got the big amber, whatever, the black amber thing that's up there on the temple, and I mean, if you straight up.
I wonder if we can bring in a priest, a truthsayer, or recommend a truthsayer be brought forth.
In that particular case, you know that spellcasters are not that common in the clergy. So that could be possible, but it may take some time to bring somebody in that could do that. If you're willing to sit out the trial and do all that, you may have to spend some time in lockdown
but
while
that would
happens,
lock her down too.
But you could. Well, maybe. She, as far as anybody knows, is the bloody princess, and she can do as she likes.
Is Dustin, are you here?
Yeah.
So can Murdoch whisper to him to have him check his pockets?
Aren't I?
You could have done that on the way up here, yeah. Yeah. If you're going to check your pockets at his insistence, then you will find them. You will find nothing in your pockets that wasn't already there.
Okay.
But if if nothing else, we can at least mention the temple, because they can go up there.
Yep.
Right. So
there's
good.
evidence of Nefarion and the blackest of magic occurring.
So the one thing that I have not heard you say that you wanted to do was directly accuse the princess of lying.
Well, is that something that I would
Which
be
I don't know
able
if you want to do that.
Because, I mean, Kendrick's trying to rub off. Kendrick is trying to rub off on Getwell, and Getwell doesn't know if it's good form to, outright accuse her of that, or subtly accuse. Well, that's true. And Getwell's
Well, as far as they know, she is, though.
Yeah. And I guess he would probably want to at least put it in their mind that she's not entirely honest with the dealings that went on up there.
So you want to accuse her of lying without directly accusing her of lying?
Yeah, absolutely.
Now that is going to be slightly easier. I will let you do that at -2, and that will at least put a seed of potential doubt in the princess story in the mind of the Baron.
Here we go.
So that's a total of -1, I guess. You got this.
3. That's not a 3.
Wow. All right. The Getwell gives a very grand speech, and Baron says, "Thank you, Brother Cleric." And he seems to consider for a moment, and his body language to you says that he's kind of leaning your direction at this point. And you don't get the impression that he necessarily favors the antagonist prince all that much at this. He's not, he's not his buddy. And he says, as far as I can see at this point, we have two options here. You can either spend the night locked down, and we can go send scouts in the morning to investigate the temple, or we can settle this with a duel of honor.
Jurismacto.
Combat.
Seeing as it is Sir Kenric's word against the prince.
I proclaim the Jurismacto.
Is this up for a vote?
No.
But you
don't
readily...
know how nobility works, do you?
But if this is a matter of honor, which it is, I know you'll win. So the prince is a fob.
Well,
fob.
Even fob. Even with the duel of honor like this, the chance of the prince actually doing that duel himself is really low. That's not how that works.
Be a second. And if you're the one challenging, you are the one that has to fight, and he gets to pick a second.
And in fact, the prince speaks up at that point and says, my man Lagoon here will fight for the princess' honor if he wishes. And he says, I wish it.
His man. What? Describe him.
He's not a small guy. But he is the guy that gave you the thumbs up the other day.
Does he look fast?
He looks very fit.
Murdoch may take that up. Maybe I could fight on behalf of Sir Kenric.
Why would I have you fight for me?
Why not?
Why?
Why not?
It doesn't work like that.
It doesn't work like that.
Well, I suppose it could, but I don't know why Sir Kenric would do that.
Sir Kenric would not do that.
Be a second. I could turn this one into a pincushion before he took 2 steps towards me.
Yeah, I don't think that's how that works either.
Bratner's looking for some blood.
All right.
You
Does
have a blood
Trying to-
sausage?
all right? So will Sir Kenrick take the challenge?
Yeah, it looks like he's been backed into it. He's not enthusiastic about, killing an idiot for, or, what are the rules, specific.
Typical rules are either until one side submits and recants their accusation, or one side is unable to fight anymore. So death is not necessarily a requirement,
But it's not entirely out of the question.
but it isn't out of the question.
Okay. Well, he's definitely going to mention to Getwell and Dustin to keep an eye on the princess and her potential ladies in waiting to make sure they don't sneak in some illegal magic.
Now, speaking of illegal magic, the language she used, that's a known, like, evil, religious, dark tongue thing that would really set Getwell on end. Seeing as I have an intolerance for evil religions.
Let's see. I tell you what, you can give me that would be theology, wouldn't it? What your religious knowledge is? Yeah.
No, guess not. It's like I didn't recognize it. I was too busy
It's not ringing a bell
staring
for
at
him.
you.
What about Dustin?
Would that be?
In your case, what would that
Would
be?
it be occultism, perhaps, or magical writings lore?
No, it's not really magical
Secret writings?
per se. Actually, secret writings could work.
Okay, I can do secret writing.
I could see that. Yeah. Okay. The two of you a little bit back and forth. You're like, oh yeah, that's dark tongue. That's that's basically the equivalent of black speech. So it's the language of the enemy. It's sort of
She's
an
a
evil
bad
elvish.
girl.
All right, we got distracted. So Sir Kenrick is on for the duel, and they are going to clear out a space and do it right friggin' now because it's late and they want to get on.
Huzzah.
So,
Can Murdoch assist?
Thing. I will get to that in a minute. Let's see. And
I was going to ask a similar question about blessing Sir Kendrick.
Casting buffs and that sort of thing is generally frowned upon in a duel like this.
Well, I'm just thinking that, I could stare fearsomely at the competitor and see if it kowtows him a little bit.
You really want to do that, don't you?
I don't have to talk.
All right. This image is a little too big, so I'm gonna have to. It may take a minute to load. So first off, I am going to have Mark run the bad guy.
Oh no.
Have the
I'm
bad guy
sorry if
trip.
things go poorly.
Have the
What are you
bad guy
talking about?
trip.
Mark's gonna go nothing but all out attacks.
Can you get that? Do you have that?
Yeah, I have him.
Okay.
Let's see if I can move him.
I will give you a Benny if you win.
Why are you moving?
Oh.
Leo will try and maneuver next to the Baron, and he'll say, "Why are we even bothering about this? We know that she's an imposter, and we don't like Frenchie. Why don't we just let her take?
Stand by.
Let him take her back to
settled here.
Frenchland."
Okay, so at the acceptance of the duel, the townies that have gathered here, the soldiers will create a space, and it's going to be within that circle. And outside that circle is going to be the crowd that's gathered, and everybody else will be. You're not going to be free to move about. The soldiers are going to try to keep you guys in the area, but I will see what you would like to do during the fight. So, let me see here. Yada, yada. All right. So, for Mark's purposes, look at the notes on that. There's not a lot of notes, but that should tell you what I need you to know.
Not at all. I have his race, his height, his weight, his age, his appearance, and he looks like Amos from The Expanse.
Yeah, don't.
Great.
I didn't want you to
Oh.
read it off.
Oh, I thought you actually had like his motivations and all that.
Well, that kind of is, now that you've said it. So, having let that out, basically, he is he's callous. He doesn't give a fuck. And
Oh yeah,
he has
I read
absolutely
that.
no problem killing him, but he has also no problem letting him go. And he'll be cool about it. And indeed, when he starts getting set up, he kind of looks over Kenrick. And typically, you are going to conduct one of these duels wearing the armor that you have personally, whether it's magic or not. And he looks and sees you've got the hammer there, and he hands off his longsword and takes up a mace.
The mace.
So he'll be fighting the mace and shield. And after that, the local priest will come and pray over the two, invoking the goddess of wisdom and Saint Litigious. And then the fight will be on. And as I said, it will be to the submission or to disablement, I guess, for lack of a better term. Now, mechanically, what I'm going to do here is both of you will end up rolling a feint, and whoever wins that feint will see an opening after however long of posturing it takes to get there. And any time that both of you either take all-out defense or evaluate or some other sort of passive action, then you will go back to that and start that over.
Okay, so we've got the maximum amount of evaluate then? Or are we just starting out with feint?
You don't need to do the maximum eval because you'd both have maximum eval and it would cancel out.
Yeah,
Right,
so I
so
would
we're
have
just-
whoever wins it gets a +3 to the feint.
So
the other
we're
gets a
just
+3 to
under the
defense. So
straight up feint.
Right. Now, before you start that, I want to get intentions from Dustin.
Essentially, yeah, going to be keeping an eye on the her three or her two rather henchwomen and trying to make sure they don't get up to any shenanigans.
All right. Having said that, you will note that the other two girls are not here.
Excellent. Then I'll just keep on not the princess.
That's not
All right.
necessarily good.
Uh-huh.
That's also not necessarily good. You're correct. Uh-oh.
Getwell, who is still standing by, what is he going to be doing?
oh my goodness, what would Getwell be doing in this particular case?
Couldn't you pray over Sir Kenrick too?
Nope.
Hint, hint.
Nope.
Casting is dishonorable in this situation, and that will invalidate the trial.
How would they know?
There's probably enough people
Honesty.
around that can actually see, and I have honesty. And
Yeah, if
get
Kendrick
well-
ever
and
found
Kendrick
out
would,
about that-
it would really, really be cheesed off with me to no win. And I like Kendrick, even if Kendrick doesn't like me.
I don't dislike you.
I know.
I just think you need to, stop with the whoring and all that, and actually swear your oaths and become a proper priest.
It's no fun in being a proper priest. I can be a
right.
priest, not being proper.
Basic intentions.
Probably being prepared to jump in and throw it down and rescue healing for whoever needs it.
Okay, so you're watching for medical purposes.
Yep.
All right, Murdoch.
If it works, anytime I can get eye contact with the competitor, I'll try to intimidate.
You're reasonably certain that he is not going to be paying attention to you, but yeah, if you want to try that.
I mean, that would assist Sir Kenrick. I mean, anytime I do see him, it's like, pound my fists.
Lay it in.
Has Dustin informed us that the ladies in waiting are gone?
Well, you could notice that yourself.
Good. But that would be sort of meta.
Not really. I mean, it's obvious they're not here.
In that
I only
case,
mentioned
Leo
I
will
only
be
mentioned
looking
that
around.
to him because he brought it up.
That's why I mean it's meta. But Leo will look around then.
Okay, so he's just watching.
Keeping an eye
Outside.
out for them. Yes.
Okay, all right. We have established everyone's attentions, and we will get to the first exchange. So, faint first, one each.
Bleh.
Yeah. All right, Sir Kenrick finds an opening, and he gets actually, that's Lagoon will defend at -2. Begin.
So, right. So I'm just attacking then.
Yeah.
Okay.
Go for the skull or something like that. Just anticlimactically, just kill the guy.
Oh, that would.
Just one hit.
That would
Dead.
kind of stink. Are
That
we
would be hilarious.
faced off at?
Are
at
you
that
not
range, or are we
entertained?
within? Yeah. Okay. I just want to make sure.
Okay. Yeah, that's up to you whether or not you want to be within actual reach or within a step.
So he's at -3.
Mhm.
Yep.
I need you to roll an 18, Mark.
I assume-
-3.
I assume
oh,
you know
did.
that you got
you're
the-
deceptive. Okay.
I assume you know you got the DB of 2 on that shield.
Okay. Hold on. Let's see. So -2, -2 for a total of -4, and then I get.
Technically, if you're going to do that, it's just basically he's at -1 to defense. As I did deceptive 1 and beat you by 2, so that's a total of -3. You've got DB at 2, that's -1. So
Right.
you need to roll an 18.
Well, that could very well happen.
You'll have all the usual options here, including extra effort.
Right.
Yeah,
Right.
this could drag out.
It could. Could also not.
Right, here we go. This is going to be a feverish retreating. Block.
18.
Ow.
Wow.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
Okay.
Gonna be like
That's
that.
something of a surprise, actually.
Right?
That doesn't look right.
Treat grave ground is a +1. Extra effort is a +2.
Mm-hmm.
DB is
Yeah,
a
that's right.
+2. Block, and then -4. So, yep.
Okay, so yeah.
Dodge would have been the same result. Ow.
I don't know
All
what
right.
kind of armor he's actually wearing.
Did it
DR6.
does it show the DR on there? Yeah.
It says
Yeah, but
overall
I don't know
DR6.
what kind, whether it's if it's
It's
flexible or what.
it's brigantine. It's actually a pretty
Ow.
decent brigantine, so
Yep, 3 points. Hit me with your best
all
shot.
right. You got the
Oh, I can't. Hold on. Let me see if I
Can
can.
you?
Can I
Well,
can't.
I'll do it
Yeah, I can't.
just to speed it up. All right, so that was Kendrick gets the first swing in there and the first blow.
Apparently, he's not quite Amos. He doesn't have high pain threshold.
Ah, damn it, he should have, shouldn't he? All right, how shall you answer? Oh wait, you did a retreat.
Yep. Hold on. I don't want to go that way. Just had to go. Actually, I want to go that way.
Retreat.
Yeah, he completely turns around.
Gives him my back. All right. So my 12. Ouch. That hurt. And I'm going to need it. You will
Oh yeah, you're at
-3 for ouch. -3 for the ouch. He's going to now respond with a giant step into Kendrick's defenses. Shrink in size to become harder to hit. Come on. My mouse wheel is so goofed up these days. And attempts to. Well, since he's hurting, he's not going to attempt the crazy right now. Since ow. Just hoping to get a lick in anywhere he can. So this will be to a random location wherever Kendrick has an opening.
Roger. Damn, good roll.
Of course. Better roll.
Now the hammer is unbalanced.
Nope.
It just means I can't.
It's dwarven.
Oh, that sucks.
It just
His
means I
mace
can't
isn't.
parry. I just can't parry
Yeah.
with it. If I
Well, you're
attack,
probably
I
gonna
can't.
block anyway, so yeah.
I can't.
All right,
you
that
can.
was
It's
that
now
was his move.
Kendrick's.
Doing basically the same. So is he continued with the feint thing, or does that go away?
That goes away.
Right.
You start another feint.
All right, so deceptive 1, good hit.
Yeah, I'm not as crazy high skilled as like Leo or Murdoch with the weapon. That's like I think the next thing that I'm planning on improving is getting my hammer up to 17, or my axe mace skill up to 17.
I was thinking, if Leo was in this fight, what penalties would be required for Leo to just fire an arrow straight up into the air, intended to come down and hit the hex that the dude would be standing in, like a second or two later?
interesting question, I suppose. The next question is, would it do enough damage to bother? Mark, are you defending?
Yeah, I'm trying to find slip on here, and I'm not on the modifier, so I'm going to. So slip is a plus. Side slip is a +1 to dodge, so or +2 to dodge.
Side slip is 2, yeah.
With a -2 for or -1 for deceptive, so +1 total.
18, please.
That would be hilarious if you just one-shotted him like that.
Ooh, success.
Don't forget you get the DB on that too if you're facing the right
Oh
direction.
yeah, I forgot about that.
Quit growing. All
So
right.
that was the side slip, dodge into and under, using kind of the DB of the shield, I guess.
Gotcha. All right, you're up.
And now I will once again come in at his rear side. No DB. Oh, I'm really hating my mouse right now. My mouse wheel is not functioning. There. And he will deceptive this, since I don't have that penalty. -2. So this will be a deceptive, striking at anything presentable on Sir Kendrick's rear side.
Well, you're making that work. -3.
Oh yeah, sorry. Wait, so you took a -4 to your attack?
No, I'm coming at your rear side and your unshielded rear side at that.
Yeah.
That is actually his shield side, though.
Does his shield get that? Oh, well, I guess he does get that. I came out at the wrong end. Whoops.
Ooh, I totally failed that.
Gonna take a whack.
And where am I getting you?
No, I'm not going to go whack.
Forearm.
I am burning a point. I have 2 bennies. I am burning 1 to succeed by 0.
Okay. Well, fine. Be that way.
So noted. All right, then. That was a no-hit.
Not a hit.
Let's see.
Can I verbally intimidate the guy?
You can yell all you like.
Kill him, Sir Kenrick. 'Cause if you don't, I will.
Man, come on, dice.
Well,
You still hit.
it worked at least.
Oh, yeah,
Okay.
well, fighting someone with a shield, that means it's like,
Uh-huh.
Yeah. So
Pain in
once
the
again,
ass.
I will slip or side slip. Sure, why not? I'll use the side slip dodge into his other side. So that should be a +2 to the dodge, +2 for the DB. -1, so +3 in total.
Right.
Too many screens up here. So
I don't
Fix
have
it.
enough screen.
Oh, that
I'm
means
going to
it's-
burn a penny to make him fail by 1.
Oh my god!
Well,
You
that
know,
stinks.
it's legal.
Yeah, that
And
puts me
Kendrick
at
is out.
0. That puts me at 0, but that's okay.
All right,
Ow.
you just
Another
went
3
torso.
points.
Yeah, well, that's
Wha-
pretty much where
so-
I'm focusing on torso, yeah.
Why aren't you using your pick side?
Because I don't want to
Because
kill
it
him.
gets stuck, and it can get stuck.
And it gets stuck. Getting stuck is bad.
Aren't you though? And you've got decent strength.
All right. There's an exchange that's going on. Meanwhile, since Laodin is just basically looking around, he will overhear from some people that are talking that the prince plans to leave tomorrow with the princess for the capital. And they are planning to overnight at the castle of Nutworth.
Why did you what?
It's my turn.
No.
I
yeah,
still
okay.
slipped. Yeah. I have just at a -3, so he won't get any kind of deceptive on this. 'Cause, well, ow.
Yeah, he's been hit twice now.
Yep. And it would have stunk even more if he didn't have armor. That's for sure.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So no deceptive coming in unshielded side. And no, yeah, unshielded side. That is unshielded.
No, that should still be part of the shield, isn't it?
Oh, so then I will fatigue point that for the giant step then.
No. That's no shield where you were. You don't have to go to a rear hex.
Is that unshielded?
Yeah, that's
unshielded.
unshielded.
Oh yeah, because your arrow's there. Okay, and that is a rear
Right.
side actually.
That's right.
Yeah.
I thought it was.
Yeah,
coming in this direction.
I did too. So I was like, wait, I might have to. All right, so
That's not a very good arrow.
Well,
I can see it. It just
I
took
started-
me a
I'm
second.
talking on mine. It's like
Yeah, I
I
know.
keep forgetting. I'm forgetting where it's at.
I started
so
putting them
-3.
on the top layer.
And this
Ooh, and a whiff.
whiff.
Okay. So I'm going to probably shift here while rotating. Crap, what's the hell, man?
If you do a giant step, you can get a rear hex.
No, it's not a rear hex, it's a side hex.
Given that he has been moving to your undefended side, you'd probably turn one hex facing further.
Yeah. I'm also looking at, I am going to spend fatigue.
Ah, okay.
Return the favor.
Return the favor.
Turn your hex facing one more. There. So you're still, it's a legal attack, but he's not going to be able to side slip to your undefended side.
Right.
Do I want to do that? Do I trust that?
No, I would turn. I'd face him.
Actually, no. He could just go the other way. Doesn't matter.
Yeah. No, that's not what I was looking at something else. It's like, I don't want to do that.
Ow.
Damn it, I should have went. I was like, do I want to do Deceptive 2 where it'd be, effective 12?
Are you burning off my fatigue? Because I can't change any of my stats. Okay.
As far as I know, you've only spent 2 so far.
So here comes number 3 fatigue for the feverish.
Gotcha.
You need to roll an 18, by the way.
Now you guys can separate and look for another opening.
We're apparently very, very aggressive.
Retreat one step is. Oh, come on now. Sorry, a lot of my delay is the fact that my, for whatever reason, mouse wheel is not actually functioning.
You could just do it old school. Declare what you're doing, then just roll dice.
That's true. I might just have to do that. And that's everything.
18.
There you go.
Yeah, buddy.
Ow. Again.
You should
Two
be
more.
rolling random hits, because if you hit the vitals with a crushing weapon, he has to make
Doesn't do anything.
Yes, it does. He has to make
It
a
can.
knockdown roll.
I am not a random hit location type of fighter.
No, I mean the chest. If you roll a 1, hitting the torso.
I don't think that's the case.
Yeah.
That roll. You should be making that on every turn.
He doesn't have
Hit
to.
me in the bread
It doesn't
basket.
say anything about, in the chest. It
It does.
specifically
It's
says
in martial arts.
for type beam, burning, attack. Well, okay.
Crushing
I
attack to
didn't
the
do
vitals forces a roll.
Yeah, if you hit from behind, it's a kidney, and if you hit from the front, it's the solar plexus.
All right. Burn me 2 fatigue points for a rapid strike, feint followed by an attack.
Gotcha. Well, you're burning hard.
Well, actually, I forgot that. No, don't. I forgot I'm at a minus
Yep,
2.
too late. You already said that.
Oh, right. Hold on. You are actually half move and dodge now.
Great. Well, so yeah.
He's half move and
So-
dodge. Realistically, would he just declare?
Yeah, I was wondering
That depends.
what's his trigger to go, no, I've lost this.
All right, so that goes back to the Amos thing. Does Amos stop or does he keep going?
Unfortunately,
he
Amos
keeps
if
going.
it's Amos is going to keep going until he's unconscious or dead.
Yep. That's kind of.
He might.
Nope. He's going
He
to
might
keep going
yield
until
if
he's
he
unconscious or
gets
dead.
Yeah,
beaten.
I don't ever recall Amos just stopping a fight. You know what? I'll still attempt to feint. Let's
Yeah.
see.
Sometimes that's the best way to do it. Of course, you're at a -2, so you could just take all out defense and wait for the next one.
Well, let's see.
While he's doing that,
Can I do a defensive attack feint?
I'm not sure if that works.
I think
it's-
so.
A defensive attack, it would basically penalize my ability to attack.
Does it? That makes me want to. I want to check the that quick sheet because it may say it's not available for certain. Because feint is an actual maneuver. Hold on,
-2 to
defensive attack.
damage. That gives you a +1 to parry or block. I mean,
It really doesn't do much because it's considered an
No.
unbalanced weapon, I think.
That is true.
So it would do me little good. So Hmm.
Think about that for a second while Dustin has a tap on his shoulder and a somewhat familiar voice says, I see you're making friends.
Who is the speaker?
The speaker is Ranger Recon.
Why didn't he talk to the elf?
Because I made a mistake and already talked to the elf, so I decided to give it to somebody else. He just happened to be within reach.
Well, it's how we do. Making friends or enemies, or friends and enemies everywhere we go.
He will, after a little back and forth, you'll get the information from him that he thinks he knows where you guys can look for the real princess.
Oh, he knows she's not the
Oh.
real one.
You guys did say that, didn't you? No, you didn't. But he knows.
Because the GM cited he knows.
There
But
were
we know
clues.
he knows.
There were clues.
And he knows we know he knows.
I mean, you'll get it later, but he basically saw her come back, and then he saw her complaining about you guys and said, that doesn't sound right. And then you guys show up and say, no, she's lying. Yeah, something's fishy.
All right, I'm going to perform a defensive feint.
Gotcha?
Okay.
Right. Okay.
Basically,
The feint
if
applies
I
to the
beat-
defense,
yeah,
not to
it
the
penalizes your attack on your next attack. Basically, I kind of make it look like there's an opening for you to.
Well, that presumes the
you don't.
that I buy it.
Yeah, exactly.
Indeed.
It's fine. There's
My
Damn.
feint is the same.
Ugh.
wow.
Hate when that happens.
Well,
Right. Well, seeing that he is sort of going into a defensive mode, Kenrick is going to move here and rotate and also go into the evaluate thing while doing the will you yield, sir?
All
You
right.
are injured.
You guys are going into a lull. So, Master Lagoon will have a chance to catch his wind a little bit, and he can decide whether or not he's going to yield. I will allow Mark here to decide for him, given whether or not you think you can actually win. So if you really think it is impossible for you to win, he might be willing to give up.
is he?
Well, if he's at half move, half dodge.
He's at half move, half dodge. I guess another interesting question is, okay, if this is Amos, and I'm thinking, and like everything I've read with Amos in it, he's not generally one to. I think it would really come down to, does he fully respect the prince?
That is a very valid point.
Does
he
he
has a sense of duty to the prince.
Oh,
So that's one.
Yeah.
He's not necessarily fanatical, though. And also, he's not really fighting for his life here. He's fighting for somebody else's honor. And that's
That
not,
he doesn't
it's
really
not even
care
his.
about.
Which is why I would give you the opportunity to decide rather than just say, no, he's going to press on.
Does he have
All right,
overconfidence?
No.
50-50.
No, I'm going to make it a will check. And
Okay.
if he succeeds his will, he's going to yield.
Can I intimidate?
You're welcome to yell all you like over there.
All right, so he'll be like, not many men have bested me in the past. I guess I get to add one more person who's bested me.
Well fought. And he's going to look to the Baron, presuming the Baron's like, okay, this is a... And as soon as that's done, he's going to be like, Brother Make You, can you heal our new friend?
The prince is going to be obviously upset about the fact that now he has to retract his accusation, but he will agree to the judgment and probably be cursing generics all over for the rest of the night.
He needs to be careful how loud he says that. I'd hate to have to call him out again.
Okay, and let's see. So that is that. All right. So yeah, Getwell's gonna be able to heal him, top him off. He'll be fine, and we'll appreciate the assistance. And you guys can catch up with Rickon afterward, and he will fill you in on the rest. So basically what happened with him is when the circle contacted him to direct him over here to help, he was in the process of investigating some strange activity around Hidden Lake, about half a day to the north, which at the time he thought might have been raiders, but with the whole confusion about the princess afterward, it's like, I think there's really something else going on here. So he wouldn't necessarily come out and say that's where the real princess is. He just said, I think you'll want to look over here. And if you guys bring up the fact that she's not even really the princess, he's going to go, yeah, I would check there.
You said half a day north?
Yeah.
Do they use ravens and the like in Game of Thrones?
They do.
Do they have them here?
Okay, so funny thing about ravens and carrier pigeons and all that, they don't just automatically go where you want them to.
If it's magic.
If it's magic, now, given this situation, what you would do, if you were trying to send a bird somewhere that you did not already have a bird for, then you would go find a druid. And the druid could actually send them.
Well,
if you were going to do that here, not that difficult. It's just you'd probably have to go to Greystone to find one.
Because I was just trying to think if we could potentially send a raven to Stagwood to let them know, all right, the prince of the antagonist prince is probably coming back with a fake princess. Please send word to the king that this is not the real princess. We're trying to find her.
The other option is maybe we could have the ranger send the message on our behalf.
The ranger is not a druid himself.
But if he knows where druid is...
I mean, he can go and deliver the message on our behalf.
That's going to be 7 days on foot.
If he knows where druid is.
We could also loan him a
go
horse.
To the next town and find it. Yeah, okay. That's a little better. Yeah, you could see if he's willing to do that. I was going to say something else.
We're 4 days away from Stagwood, where we're at now.
You mean the capital?
No, Stagwood.
Why Stagwood?
Because they have to go to Stagwood to get to the capital.
Yeah, okay.
And so we're about 5 days away from the capital.
Riding, you guys took I think that's going to actually.
But that was pushing. So they're probably the prince and the quote princess would obviously not be pushing very hard, speed wise. They'd be
Right.
5,
Well, they might be
7
right.
days away.
Okay, but it's going to be 3 to 4 days to Stagwood Castle if they're heading that way.
Yeah. Well,
So
again,
that would be your timetable if you're trying to get ahead of them that way.
Yeah, if nothing else, I do agree with Paul. If we can get the Ranger recon to like get word, however, like if he knows where a druid is and whatnot, while
And
we rush half a day north, I guess.
all right, if that is your plan, then he will explain to you how to find the area, and he will leave immediately and start trucking to Greystone to find a druid there to send a bird message. You can give him the message you wish him to send and to whom.
Right. Yeah, I'm basically going to send it to the Duke and let him pass on the word to the king. Man, I wish we could have revealed her in some way, though.
You really want to? Isn't it best that he actually goes and takes her away and marries her and then gets back home and goes, oh, shit.
Even better, he takes her off and then we reveal the real princess.
I question.
Yeah, but
can you lightly hit someone with a sling without actually intending harm?
Dude, if you send a rock at the princess, that's terrible news.
A lot of people are gonna.
I'm gonna have to go smack.
I'm asking if I can do it without causing her injury, but the meteoric
assault on a royal person, as far as they're concerned.
Well,
it doesn't matter.
Listen, I'm not worried about the assault on the royal person. I'm asking a question.
Mechanically
Is there
speaking,
a way that I could hit without causing injury?
Not
mechanically
without causing
speaking,
injury, but
you
potentially hit her.
All right, let me finish. You can use any strength you want. If you decide to use strength 1 to throw the sling, then all the stats will be so affected. And you would do minimal damage. You would also get minimal range.
I mean, I understand I understand where Paul's coming from. We know that that's not really the princess. So in Murdoch's mind, he's not worried about striking a royal personage. Now, the risk involved is if that rock doesn't actually do anything and it hits her and she doesn't change into, immediately lose the veil, we're hosed.
The thing is,
big time.
It won't cancel the spell. It'll nullify the effect. So, at the moment, she's got, blonde hair. But if you held the rock to her hair, it would change back to its original color.
Okay. Now, a couple of points. 1, Brian is making a huge assumption right there. He does not know that that's how it works. 2, Laodin is not a wizard. He has no reason to know how that works.
He has magery.
He's not. He knows nothing of thaumatology at all. 3, you guys don't know what spell's in use there, and you don't know what's going to happen.
Yeah, and that's the risk that Murdoch. I mean, if Murdoch knew exactly what he had in his hands and what it would actually do, that'd be something totally different. The problem is none of us would actually know what would occur if you hit her with that stone.
Well, the problem is I don't think I can actually physically take the stone out of the sling to touch her with it.
Well,
no.
But regardless, you wouldn't even think to touch her with the stone, much less hit her with it.
Is it common knowledge, though, that meteoric iron nullifies magic?
I'm going to tell you that it doesn't work like that. Meteoric iron is immune to magic. It does not automatically nullify magic.
So it passes through, not neutralized. So that would also be something.
Well, as a dwarf, I probably know the properties of meteoric iron to the extent
That's a maybe.
That.
I mean, it's not an unreasonable assumption, but it is an assumption. And if it doesn't work,
Yeah,
Just
if
a
it doesn't
thought.
work,
Let's continue.
We if it doesn't work, we cut to that
So-
scene that
Recon will send a message to the Duke, basically letting the king know that the princess is a fraud that's coming, and then we're going to head north to the lake.
we all agreed.
that is the plan that I laid out.
Yep.
Then we shall take an intermission. And then get to it.
Break.
Take 5.
All right, we are back.
Yay. Quick point
Okay.
of order.
Yes.
We need to make sure that I'm going to make sure that we're actually cleared to leave.
Okay. The second point of order related is when.
As soon as possible. Wait, no, it's about to get dark. Yeah,
The sun is going down at this
I
point.
think we've got at least one good rangery type, so he'd know how much light we would have before we have to actually stop. I mean, can we get a couple hours there, or is it going to be safer all around if we stay?
Given the time of year it is not going to be pleasant if you sleep out in the woods.
Great.
Especially
Then
if
we
it's
have
out
to keep watch and make sure that fake princess doesn't try to murder us in our sleep.
Indeed.
But yeah, I want to make sure with I'm presuming that since since Kenrick's actually his honor is intact according to medieval law, that we could bail at any time.
That would probably be a reasonable assumption. If he wanted to go
He will
check in before he left,
yeah,
that would probably be a thing too.
check in with the Baron. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so the plan is then to overnight in town, leave in the morning,
At Dark 30, yeah.
and you send somebody to check with the Baron and make sure that you can leave without trouble, and he will say yes. And that'll be that. So, overnight, anybody doing anything in specific? Start with Leodin.
Leo will ask Sir Kenrick if he should kill the fake princess and her entourage during the night.
What? No.
They are going to be at the castle, and that wouldn't be easy anyway. Murdoch.
Right. I forgot they were at the castle, so we're less worried about them murdering us in our sleep.
This is true.
Still potentially slightly worried.
Also true. Murdoch doing anything overnight?
You probably may take a turn being on guard.
Reasonable. Okay. Sir Kenrick doing anything overnight other than checking back with the
Does
Baron?
this place have like a proper church?
There is a church, yeah. You saw the
Yeah,
priest.
because if they go, give thanks to the Father, the Son, Saint Victus, Saint Virtus, all them for emerging victorious and proving his honor is intact, and then taking a watch.
Go do some soul upkeep. Yeah, you should do that. No biggie.
And I maybe if I'm like, I'll get well into realizing that he hadn't even thought about the church.
No, I probably would like, yep, that sounds like a good idea. And then
You do that.
but I don't take a watch.
All right, get well
that sounds
doing
like a
anything.
great idea. You go do that.
Is Getwell doing anything overnight?
Sleeping.
Very well. Is Dustin doing anything overnight?
Dustin is going to be rehearsing his "I'm sorry, masters, I couldn't accomplish the goal because the princess turned out to be an evil Nefarian agent" speech in his head, just to try to get it just right for when he inevitably has to deliver it.
As he beds down for the night, he will bundle up all his stuff for a pillow and realize there's a oddly mirror-shaped hard object inside his pack.
Oh, hey, you're back. Awesome. Does it look any worse for wear?
There's some crushed up rocks on it.
Oh,
Like
I'll
rock
brush
dust.
it off. We can have that on the mirror. And I'll actually go mention that to Kendrick that, hey, mirror's back.
We're gonna be so mad. It's like, dude, really? Like, we could have had that. Would have been like great to
Back.
know.
How did it get back? It went over the cliff.
Man,
And
that
now
chick's
it's
got a
not.
good arm.
Huh.
You see
In the morning,
you're beginning to hallucinate.
you guys leave at the butt crack of dawn and off half a day to the north along the mountains.
I figured it'd be rockier.
This is the pass that Rickon mentioned. So the hidden lake is basically surrounded by mountain peaks, and there's this pass that goes in between that leads into the lake. So that is the best place to start looking. And he said that he had seen some traffic here.
Horses must walk really fast. This motion blur.
Shush! You're just spinning around while you're looking.
No, I'm on Magnus. He's being fast. Like, slow down.
I will also mention that the weather is passable right now. It is clouding up a bit, and the temperatures have been dropping, so it's colder than you would like. And Generica doesn't get like super, super cold, but
Because the weather's generic.
indeed.
They have generic winters and generic summers.
But dare I say, winter is coming.
Nah.
All right, so now what? As far as you can
We're
tell, you
heading-
are where he told you to go. So
Start looking around for, I don't know, tracks or signs of bad guys or a floating clue button. Right. He said there was activity, right?
mm-hmm.
So that'd be tracking then, I would think, right?
That would seem reasonable.
Booyah.
Laodin starts poking around and he finds stuff. Yeah, actually, there is some old human tracks, a number of them, different times, so you can tell that some of them are like weeks apart and that sort of thing.
Does it not rain here?
It has rained, and some of those tracks are in what was mud at the time. So you can look at those boot prints and see where it's slipped a little. They do appear to be human boots of some kind. You would probably guess 3 or 4 at a time.
Well, Leo will give his analysis. He will do it in such a way as the masked man in Princess Bride describing the
I was
jewel.
thinking Aragorn. 2 hobbits lied.
You will also
And
find
kick a helmet in your toe.
you'll also find what appear to be some fairly old carriage ruts.
Carriage. Wait, that brings a important question. How did the princess get here? Was she in a
Mhm.
carriage? That's
You
something we
guys
should
never
have.
really asked
Yeah.
that question.
Oops.
It's probably reasonable to say that they would have filled you in on that, but her carriage was in fact missing, as was the driver of said carriage.
All of these ruts.
The age of these ruts are appropriate to the time that it all went missing.
See these wagon ruts. It looks like the princess is on board, and she was wearing pink.
You did get a really good roll, so I will tell you that it was lightly laden.
I
One or
understand
two-
why the king lets her have her own carriage. She's clearly too much trouble.
Well, the driver's supposed to be responsible for that sort of thing.
Uh-huh. He needs to get like some lawful neutral dude who's like, when she goes, I need to do this, the guy goes, no.
How easily can we maneuver our horses and ponies into the woods?
Okay, so the pass goes that way. It looks like all these tracks are coming in and out of that pass, with the exception of a number that appear to be headed in the general direction of where you might expect someone traveling to Summoner's Rock, for example.
Well, we know what happened to those guys.
But yeah, the majority of the traffic is coming in and out of the pass, and it's forested, but there is a path here, so
Yeah, if they can get a
you
carriage
should be able to
through
manage it. And yeah, there was at least one carriage that went through, it looks like.
Consulting the map, what's this pass for? I mean, what's on the other side of it?
What do you mean?
The lake.
No, I mean, why would someone be going there? What's on the other side of the pass?
This pass is leading into the Hidden Lake area, which is basically a bowl, for lack of a better term,
Okay.
within the mountain range.
Okay, I misunderstood. I thought it was like a pass leading into the Darklands or whatever the hell they're called.
No, it's
Can
not.
Which
Lay
could
it-
be
that
like,
far.
Can Laodin determine if the latest tracks, any tracks show the most recent tracks we notice are going to Summoner's Rock? Do we see any traffic going down the path towards the Hidden Lake that are most recent?
Well, that's where all the wagon tracks and stuff are going, yeah?
Yeah, the majority of the traffic is going in and out of that pass.
Well, we should go that way. And no doubt there will be an ambush, so I will go ahead and scout for
everybody
us.
keep an eye out. It's going to be more difficult for me because, my perception sucks so bad.
As you start moving into the pass, it goes up, and Laodin will start to see signs of the horses digging in, and apparent what he would interpret as somebody pushing the carriage, which isn't all that unusual. And this may have occurred during the ring because it looks like there's some slippage and that sort of thing.
That's right. So what literally happened is the driver kept driving and the princess got out and pushed.
That would be pushing it. And as you continue into the pass proper, the forest gets thicker. More like so.
That's
So-
still a pretty reasonable forest.
Yeah, it's pretty thick, but you got a trail,
Not that
so
thick.
you're okay. And it slopes up fairly sharply to either side as you're going through. Narrowest point, it's probably like 50 yards across before it starts to ascend.
Ideal location for ambush.
That would seem like a great place for an ambush, actually.
Leo go and stealth off the path.
Stealth off.
And that's the last we ever saw of Leodin.
What a shame.
Firstly, I would like to, since you're talking about ambushes and stuff, just go ahead and get this out of the way. Somebody roll against a 20.
Ethan, you don't. Never mind.
Dustin. roll
Okay.
against
Holy
a 20.
God.
Dustin.
That works. Nope, too late.
Depends if we wanted to roll high or low.
Yeah,
But
that's
that's
true.
but that's an 18, the 20.
Well, whatever. I kind of screwed that up anyway, but ignore that.
Unless it's a reaction.
Let's
Yeah.
see. So, math. Okay. All right. How far ahead is Leodin planning on scouting?
I think maybe 30 yards. That would be sufficient to make an ambush not effective.
Well, it depends on the nature of the ambush, I suppose. If it's a dragon, it won't help.
So it'll be 30 to 50 yards sort of thing.
All right.
He'll
So
go.
you are
He will go
within
off to
earshot,
the...
I suppose, within yelling distance.
Yes.
All right. As you are walking, and everybody is walking about a yell's distance behind you, at first, you see a crow in a tree that starts cawing at you, or in your general direction, I should say.
Caw,
Which-
motherfucker.
And you continue on for another few paces, and there's another crow that starts cawing at you. And as you continue on for a few more paces, there's another crow that starts cawing at you. And you're starting to notice that they're sort of shifting along, following you that way.
Leo will hold his finger to his lips, going, shh.
It does not seem to work. They ignore your attempts at influence. As another crow joins them.
That's a lot of crows.
Okay, this is definitely unnatural behavior of crows. So Leo is going to backtrack
Is it?
and go back to the...
Wait a minute. Would Leo come back to us, or could he potentially lead them
Charge
off on
the
a false
crows.
trail?
We have faith in you.
So Leo will come back.
Never saw?
He says there is something afoot. We are being
When,
followed by
Am I
crows.
stepping something?
When Leo goes back to speak to the rest of the group, the handful of crows, which are now half a dozen, are joined by a half a dozen other crows that were following the rest of the group, and now you've got a full dozen crows that are all basically in the trees around the group, cawing at you.
See, that's why I was trying to get at. Would Leo then actually come back, or could he have potentially led the crows off in a different direction,
Paul,
away from the group?
that's Laodan's player's decision.
Our
All right.
presence is not unexpected.
Heard? What?
What? I can't hear you over all these crows.
It is getting a bit loudish. And you're pretty sure there's almost a score of them now.
Okay, I just lost connectivity with my game. I'll be bringing it right back up.
Oh, yeah, that's a good point. You guys are riding, aren't you?
I will ask. Hey, Dustin, can you create like some wind here and blow all these crows away?
I was actually just thinking of doing just that, because I don't like them.
Well, they're kind of spread out.
Well, I will.
Probably don't need hurricane force winds to get them out of here.
Well, no, I was thinking I'd just do like a shape air and just kind of buffet one of them with wind. Maybe catch 2 or 3 in a and see if that gets them to shut off.
You could.
Leo will take.
Holy
Wow.
God.
Darn it! And of course, I do it on a wind bell.
Well, it's free.
Free, yeah.
Murdoch is perfectly okay with trying to use the sling on them. That their
the
size
range
mod
difference?
is -4.
-4.
And-
Wow.
Range is going to be, I'm going to say, probably -5 on the range.
If
I wouldn't-
Leo
wouldn't even be able
sees
to
Here
hit.
and there.
if Leo sees Murdoch start to wind up the sling, he's going to move over to Murdoch and say, "Scare the bird, do not hurt it."
I don't know if he could hurt it. That would require him being able to hit it first.
Yeah, he wasn't even close.
Ow!
That would be a -9, so I feel like crit fail.
No,
Mark, did you miss anything?
only rolls.
Okay. I'll reshare that just in case. Not that it matters terribly.
All right, well, as long as they're not attacking us.
Okay, so Dustin does the shape air. He's gonna be at range penalties there as well, but I think that's okay. And he gets that one for free. So he'll blow a few of them away, and then a few more come join back, and now there's like 24.
I was thinking
Hmm.
more just like center us in like one of your whirly tornado storm things, and we just continue moving, and it just keeps blowing them away.
Yeah, that takes a lot of fatigue, though.
Yeah.
Only he had done that instead of just blowing 2 away.
I know,
on
right?
his- I was like, "You're only blowing 2 away?" I'm like, "Okay." I was expecting you to do a whole storm, not just.
Well, obviously the element of surprise is gone. So should we continue forward and just be ready for whatever comes?
There's probably about 30 now.
Yeah, I don't know what else it can do. It's like, so just press on.
It
Be
is starting to
prepared.
get loud.
Luckily, I'm hard of hearing.
I kind of, yeah. I put a couple pieces of, cloth in my ears or whatever.
Leo's going to take some of his rations out, like break off some bread and throw it to a crow. Does the crow eat it or ignore it?
So as you guys are moving forward and the numbers keep growing. Now there's like 40 of them. And they don't appear to be behaving strangely other than the fact that they're cawing and gathering here. So when you throw
It's a
food out
druid.
there, they're reacting to the food like normal crows would.
It's totally like an evil druid somewhere.
And you continue on.
Realizing we don't much like crows.
Okay, so another 10, 20 minutes of walking forward down the pass. You notice in a ditch off to one side, there is a carriage that has been turned over. Also, at this point, there are probably more like 100 crows.
Should just
there's
wait.
courage.
We should just wait until the druid has expended all his fatigue.
Right?
The fittings on the carriage suggest high status, as you might expect.
I'll investigate
Inside.
the carriage.
So you're going to go down there and check it out?
Oh,
Yes.
yeah, it's in a ditch. Yeah, so that's probably like that climb thing. So I'm gonna let.
It's not that bad.
Leo, as he approaches, will be looking for ambush.
All right, well, -2 to tracking, I suppose, if you're looking for activity down there. -2 being distracted because you're looking for ambush. Did anybody have forensics? I don't remember. I don't think
I don't
so.
think it's available at this tech level.
I remember having that discussion at some point. I think it is. It's just not the same kind of thing, but
I have observation.
I didn't think anybody else did. Anybody else wanting to look for clues around the carriage can just use perception, probably.
Yay!
Hey,
Wow.
does this look important to you? Dustin's like, hey,
Wow.
does this look important to you?
Between Getwell and Dustin. So you'll note that the carriage is in good condition. Other than the fact that it's been turned over, the damage to it is pretty minimal. The horses are gone. It does not look like they were torn free or anything. It looks like they were probably released. You do find some signs of possible struggle, like a couple of, there might be a scratch here or something, but not like a full-on fight. There's not gouts of blood everywhere. And the carriage, as you might expect, seems to fit the ruts that you found on the way in here.
I will ensure I relate that, everyone, pointing out what I see and my theories.
You will also note that there is some brass fittings and gold inlay here and there that are still present.
Are they?
I knew Murdoch would react to that.
Yeah, you
Ooh.
did.
I found a clue. See?
Yeah, nobody has rated it for gold or whatever.
Odd.
That suggests it's more rated.
You dig through the cargo chest thing on the back and find that there is a cloak back there that looks to be very high status and probably female. However one tells that sort of thing.
It's the
Since we're-
cut.
Since we're planning on hopefully finding the princess, Murdoch will carry it with him so that he can return it.
All right.
Uh-huh.
And the grass and any gold fittings will probably disappear into his pouch as he's searching.
You would have
Freaking
to
dwarves.
you would have to break out a knife and actually start peeling the gold inlay out.
No, he's talking
That's
about
not
the
something.
stuff that was broken loose, you said?
It wasn't broken loose. No, I'm talking about
Oh.
like it has brass knobs and stuff like that. You're not going to be able to just grab it and run. You'd have to actually detach it from the carriage.
I actually
And we
thought
might-
you meant I thought you meant like it got broken loose.
Never
No.
mind then. If it was something he could easily get, he would take it. But
I
Not if
figured
he has
as
it.
much. Yeah, there wasn't anything in there like supplies or other valuables. Just that.
he will take the cloak with him just in case we come up to the princess to return it.
Maybe stick that in the pack or something.
Yeah.
All right. There are about 200 crows now.
Well,
This
it's
might
gonna
be a-
get real ugly if these crows get hungry.
This
And,
might be a good place to probably put up our horses as we continue forward.
What? Why would we do that?
Obviously, there will be an ambush ahead of us, and you're the only one that has combat riding skill.
Well, whose fault is that?
It is probably worth mentioning that if you had to, for example, go off the path, it would be difficult terrain. It is overgrown down here. This forest is not kept.
Right. Did Leo find tracks from here? I mean, is it just leading further on from?
Okay. So as far as tracks go, there aren't any down in the ditch where the carriage is rolled, but up at the top of that ditch, you can see definitely there are signs of crews working to move stuff around. It looks like whatever happened, they got out and then rolled it down into the ditch.
Should find some shelter. Protection from these crows.
That was really loud.
The carriage can probably offer some shelter.
We're trying to find the princess, though.
How late is it?
It is midday.
Noonish, yeah.
So let's continue on. Unless the crows are attacking us, say we
Nope.
continue on.
Nope, just deafening noise.
We know the element of surprise is over, so we might as well. The faster we get there, the better. As long as we don't run right into an ambush.
Yeah, if I couldn't have heard the crows, then they're wearing helmets like I have. And are really far away.
Alrighty, hold on. ambush? I'll give you an
Not
ambush.
really.
We are expecting an ambush at this point in time.
Of course you are. All right. Given that you are
Ow.
all looking for an ambush, I'm going to let all of you make a perception check in the box. All right. Let me do some math. That is going to be... K. All right.
Racist.
That took me a second to process.
Of course it did. Racist.
And let's see, that is that. All right. Murdoch.
You got eaten by crows.
You're gonna do.
It was a tragedy.
That is that. You
Murdered
take
by crows.
8 points to the torso. No,
What?
Message for you,
actually, no, that's not going to be 8 points. It's going to be 4 points.
From what?
I will get to that in a second.
Seth. Message for you, Seth.
Can't just randomly hand out damage.
Well,
all right.
As Brian and I mentioned earlier, he is God here.
That's irrelevant. Once somebody starts ranting, GM starts going, you just take this kind of damage. That's when PCs go, all right, well, I think I'm going to miss next week. You slacker.
You guys didn't bring the NPC along for me to wharf.
I mean, not only does he, punch
Well, we
the
did
TV
bring
and
Murdoch
break it.
along.
All
Not
right,
only
so
is he a racist, but he's like, punching the TV
So
because
I-
it deserved it.
So I
Stand
take
by.
it, even though we're expecting an ambush, I obviously
Yep.
did not see the ambush, so
You did
I
not.
got hit from a random location and was not able to block or parry or dodge. Okay,
This
understood.
is true.
But
And now
whatever.
Brian walks off as I was just about to make him roll something.
Well, it's because you're randomly throwing out damage. He's like throwing his hands up.
But the
going,
moment I
"Peace
get
out,
struck
bitches."
by something, I'd be like, attack!
Right. Well, you for the record,
gonna
you got
attack
hit
the
with an
darkness?
arrow.
Damn, that thing went through his arm.
It was a bodkin point.
Still?
And Leodin was about to make a roll. I don't think anybody else really can do that. So while that's getting started, he's back. All right,
He's going to
Leodin
give you
needs,
one more chance.
Leodin needs to make a perception-based bow roll. And he makes a really good one.
I think he's okay.
So, Murdoch took an arrow in the side. He
Should have been in the knee.
Leodin can see from the angle and the penetration of that arrow that the shooter has to have been a good 40 yards into the woods.
Right. So
with
we're going to pull a predator
reasonably
thing.
powerful bow.
We're going to pull the predator thing and all face that direction and do the mad minute.
Okay, FYI, that is rough terrain. So
Oh, well, no. I was being
I know.
sarcastic.
Oh, well, I was assuming. Okay, so initial reactions.
You don't charge a cavalry thing into heavy woods. That's dumb.
Well, I thought perhaps you had forgotten, but it's okay.
No, I was making a predator joke.
I believe Paul mentioned charging madly forward.
No, he will yell out, "Attack!
As his
Ambush!"
voice breaks.
After he yells out, "Ow!"
And I'll take cover. I'll get off my horse and get behind a tree and get my shield up.
All right, so you will at least know general direction, given that it hit you in the, I guess what would that be? The right side. That the enemy is to the left. Wait, right, whatever.
Lead by 9. Is Leo able to see exactly where the shooter is?
Well, you can give me another one, and I'll give you a bonus on that. Okay, that will actually. So you saw movement, and it is indeed about 40 yards. And the trees are thick enough here, so basically, FYI, it is -1 per 10 yards.
Damn, that's a good archer.
Yeah, he is a good archer. And Leodin, based on the angle where that arrow came in, and you can look over there and see where he keyholed those trees right there, and you saw a flash of somebody moving out of that keyhole.
Leo will
You would
point out
probably
exactly
guess
where.
that to be humanoid.
And he wants to know if you want some candy.
So Leo is going to point. He'll be readying an arrow and he'll be charging up to that location while looking.
All right, so given that, FYI, the off-path movement is going to be double cost. So what is your move? You're like
7.
6.
7. So you're going to be moving 3.5 yards a second at your best. And you got to clear 40 yards. So a little over 10 seconds.
Yeah, I'm useless in these kind of scenarios because I can't charge, can't see.
Well,
But we can go tree to tree and start advancing.
That's kind of what I was thinking.
If
Advan-
movement, costs double, I will be moving about 1.5 every round.
That's
I'm not
fine.
advancing very fast.
Well, our idea is to go from cover to cover because this guy's obviously shot me through from 40 yards distance, hit me in the
Gosh.
side.
Well,
I mean-
but that's also probably from like maximum duration aiming and everything else.
okay. As a group, what is your immediate objective?
Well, move
Not die.
towards the ambusher, not
Think
away.
think a little more specific. Are you trying to kill that guy? Or are you trying to get away?
We can't really get away if he's able to hit us from this far.
How do you know?
So I would say our goal is to slowly but surely make our way to him and kill him.
You are all on horses.
I'm not. I dismounted.
Well, you dismounted, but you are all here on horses.
Is the terrain so thick that horses can't traverse there?
Well, you're fine on the path.
So horse movement would be hard as well?
If you go off the path.
So horses will be faster than you on foot. So you should stay on the horses.
But we're also a bigger target.
Well, but okay, so I guess the overall question is, are we moving into the attack or moving away from or lateral to the attack?
That is the question.
I suggest we move in, because Leo knows where the guy is. So if this guy goes to line up a
Leo
shot,
knows where the guy was.
And we only know of one guy. There could be multiples. Moving ahead is only going to probably put us further into another ambush.
But staying on the path is not going to be a good idea because obviously
Dustin,
there is an
can
ambush.
you protect us by throwing up a wind wall of some kind and blowing arrows away from us as we move?
I'd have to do the hurricane, which would pretty much drain me.
Hold on.
If I do the basic one, then it's a negative if I remember correctly. But if I want to block it, then I have to do full out.
How
to be
dry?
fair,
Question: how dry is the surrounding forest, or how wet?
it's winter and it has been raining, so it's not dry.
So alchemist fire wouldn't really help.
know,
Oh,
it'll
alchemist
burn
fire
stuff.
will burn.
Dustin, I'm questioning whether or not you could use shape air, because shape air is strong enough to actually knock people down. Therefore, it's probably enough to cause an arrow problem. The question is whether or not you can move it.
I don't believe I can. I think it's just like a single burst.
No, I know it's over time.
Let me go check.
All right. So, did we answer the question?
Well,
What
even-
direction did the guy move? Is he like heading farther toward or in the direction that we're heading, just in the woods?
and is he stealthing one or is he stealthing more than one?
He took off.
Shape air has a duration of a minute.
So he'd be at -5 to his stealth.
Well, you spotted.
But then he disappeared though.
It's a pretty
Well,
thick forest.
He's 40 yards back in the forest.
Yeah, because if he's like
Oh.
moving through in the direction like roughly toward where we're going, we should just press on really fast down the trail to the lake.
The
where
direction
it's ideally that not as freaking irritating with the trees and shit.
Thing is,
The
he's just going to
direction
snipe
he-
us along the way.
The direction he moved was in the direction of the lake. Yes. Well, if you guys are moving, you're moving targets. If you're moving
Yes.
on horses, you're moving
And
targets.
I realize what you're saying there, Brian, but at the same time, you are honestly the only person who is technically equipped to fight a sneaky archer type in this kind of environment. Because it's like both Kenrick and Murdoch are fairly slow with regards, thanks to the armor. And, because of that, somebody like you could just run circles around us and shoot us from the back.
All right.
Well,
So
we're
you
we're
guys-
going in this direction.
you guys charge off, and I will stay back, and I'll be his nemesis.
Yep, harry him.
He can't focus.
That'll be
He can't concentrate on you if he has to deal with me.
It's true.
And then you get to the princess. You save the day, and I'll catch up.
That's the plan.
Best plan that I can think of, because me fighting in the bunch of woods is going to be rather difficult. I mean, I can do it. It's just I'm not going to find anyone.
Yeah.
And I'd only
Yeah.
need to delay him for a short time before you're beyond his
Out of-
ability
okay,
to
right.
do anything.
Can we gallop the horses on the path?
Yeah.
So just try to make ourselves as difficult as a target as possible, trying to get to the lake.
Agreed.
I mean, that's the only real thing we can do, I think.
So you gallop off.
Seems reasonable to me.
Leo will
Say we go for it.
watch this guy's location from behind a tree, partial cover. Work it out from there.
All right. The bulk of the group takes off down the path on horseback at full speed, while Leodin hangs back and tries to observe. Leodin can make a perception check again.
We're all making perception checks. Oh no.
All right. Just him. And
Is that a bonus
That's a pretty
since I
crappy
know
roll.
where he was?
I'm tracking that. And I think what I will call this is a bow roll.
Change.
IQ based. Nice. Okay. As the mounted folk take off, Leodin is sort of guessing where he thinks that guy might have gone. And in fact, once they take off, you see him pick up and move. And the bow roll there is you're looking ahead going, that's where he's going to stop. You think you could probably pin him down right there.
All right. So Leo can see him running now.
Yeah,
Right,
he
so-
is camouflaged.
Leo will keep an eye on him, and Leo will lay chase. How far away is he?
Given that the horses have taken off here, he's probably going to be a good 50 yards in, sort of cornered. He's just about to the point where it's starting to rise up on the other side of the pass.
Need to get engaged in a proper sniper duel.
FYI. This should make things a little easier. Any sort of normal range penalties, this is taking the forest thickness into account.
Oof. Minus 13.
It wouldn't be easy. So because you very easily predicted where his best point of aim would be, you can basically get full aim on that spot.
Well, Leo is going to move until, Leo's going to stop and aim one turn before he gets to that spot. So Leo's aiming at that spot just before he does.
All right. It doesn't look like he's aware that you hung back, so he's not looking at you. You will get your shot.
All right, so what sort of range would it be when that
50
happens?
yards.
50?
Well, no,
Leo's
you were
fast,
kind of
so
running. You were kind of running after him though, a little bit though.
and
Give
Leo's
it a couple
faster than normal.
seconds. I'll give you 40.
You totally need to roll a 3 here, Brian.
That would be hilarious.
Does he
That
wear
would be
armor?
hysterical.
Sorry, say again.
Does he wear armor, or is he lightly clad?
All you see, it looks like he's got some kind of camouflage cloak stuff. It's actually fairly clever.
Oh no, he's got a ghillie suit.
I wouldn't go that far. It's just appropriate camouflage.
So it's a medieval ghillie suit.
You brace bows?
Nope. I don't think so.
I think there's something to do with kneeling.
Okay. Well, that depends on the bow, because like with a longbow,
Yeah, remember he
you
doesn't
definitely
have the
can't
longbow.
kneel. But he doesn't have the longbow, so that's not a problem.
You need like a magic arrow that's a homing arrow.
I didn't really think about the bracing, but yeah, I don't know how that would work.
I'll just roll, and if it's going to matter, then maybe we can just. Leo will kneel
3,
if it's going to give him a
3,
bonus.
3, 3, 3.
Well, we're assuming full aim
All out attack determined.
and all out attack determined and all that stuff.
That's a pretty good roll, but I don't know what's the total -6.
That's a hit.
So that looks like a hit.
Holy cow! Surprise!
You want to call torso or you want to call random?
Torso.
All right.
Yes!
Yes.
Oh,
Oh
shit.
no! Oh yes! That's it. Oh,
Still. All right. You saw. So what happened is you figured out where he was going to go, and you stopped and you watched that spot and started aiming, and you saw him basically stop there, drop to a knee, and well, actually,
then that
no, not
arrow
drop to a knee.
hits.
And he drew back, and then you loosed, and you saw him fall over and loose that arrow, and it just went wild.
And exploded because there haven't been enough explosions in this.
Did he fall over and stay falled over?
Well, there's a lot of underbrush there. If he were crawling or something, you wouldn't be able to tell, but that looked like a good shot to you.
All right, Leo's
If he
running up
wasn't
there.
wearing armor, he got vitals. That's 6 times 3. That's
Well, I would presume at least DR2, just
Probably.
because.
That would be standard.
So that's 4 times
12
3.
points of damage.
12 points is pretty awesome, and then you have to make a health -5 check just to stay conscious.
And then most people are going to be below 0 with that. So
Oh yeah.
So Leo will fast draw an arrow
12.
and run up to that location. He won't
All right.
take his eyes off the location, though.
right, gotcha. So
Yeah, I think at 12 points, only Kenrick and Murdoch would be the only ones still conscious, or still above 0.
I'll get back to you there. So the rest of you on the horses just took off down the path, and you will the path will open up a little bit. And out ahead of you, you will see.
Ooh, pretty. I kind of want to own that, live there. That'd be cool. As long as it has the modern amenities inside.
It doesn't look like it's particularly well kept, but there it is. And the trail that you are on heads up to the bridge.
And there's power. They have power. Look at
No, they
that. There's a power.
It's your
tree
imagination.
right there.
Oh wow, you're right. We've crossed over.
It's not true. So, what is your plan at seeing the tower ahead of you?
Looking around, see if there's dudes waiting to attack us.
By the way,
If
There-
not, proceed to the tower.
there are no crows.
Spooky.
Well, yeah, because Lydon killed them all. We didn't see it, but he was doing that crow thing from whatchamadoohickey, and it's like
Or he
We're
took
having-
out the guy that was controlling the crows, so that's good.
What's your name? Lydon. Doesn't have the same bow as Crow,
We're gonna have
but
crow
your arrow goes
kebabs.
first.
By the way, Leodin finds the archer.
That made my day. I'm sorry. You bastard, you killed Crow.
Crow.
Is he dead?
He's not dead, but he's unconscious.
Leo will check him over.
Wow.
Go. That's a nice bow. I'm gonna
Are
keep
there
it as
different types
sign.
of elves?
Yes and no. I guess.
Is he
Probably not.
identifiably as one type of elf?
No.
Or
He's
elf
an
tribe.
asshole elf.
You would
Assholes.
you look at his camouflage and you could probably sort of piece it together that way, make a guess, although he could be using somebody else's gear, but that's probably the best you could do.
Does he have a bit of camouflage that's like awesome? Perhaps
No.
magical?
No. It's nothing you couldn't make yourself.
What about his bow and his arrows?
It's a composite. It's nothing fancy, but it's a composite. Elvish. The arrows are elvish made. Very nice, but very nice by human standards, at least. But not, magical or anything like that. He's got a collection of barbed bodkin points, that sorts of thing.
Well, Leo will collect his arrows. He will search his body for anything potentially useful.
He has a jingly pouch hanging off his belt.
Leo will take that. Leo will also cut the string on his bow.
I'm surprised you didn't just yank him.
And
probably
Leo
gonna
will
die.
recover his arrow.
And now he will.
Ow!
Be definitely-
Now he's because you're like, here, let me pull this out. Oh,
Yeah,
is that
that's-
your
that
heart
was
on the end of this?
That was a barbed arrow, so that
Oh.
does more damage coming out.
And that was a vital strike, so it's
Uh-huh.
really ripping and tearing him from the vital.
Oh, hey, you didn't need this liver.
Half of whatever it did going in comes out.
Meanwhile, the rest of you approach the end of the bridge, and you are greeted by the sound of a female voice from the water below the foot of the bridge. She says, "Ho there, visitors!" And as you look over to see who that is, you see that this woman is naked, completely.
Well,
With very long
lost
hair.
Get well.
Wing.
And she waves and says, "Hi."
I wave back. Hi.
Madam,
Come-
you seem to have misplaced your clothes. As he's
Come
like,
join
totally
me.
looking away.
I was just washing up, and there's some seaweed or something on my back in that spot that I can't reach.
And that's how we lost it. Well, yeah, and seriously, Kenrick is like, doing that awkward where he's like looking away, not looking at her, and he's like, very, very British thing. And it's like, madam, you seem to have misplaced your clothes.
Anybody else doing anything?
Does she seem to be armed or anything like that? I mean,
If she has a
just-
weapon, she is very
He's
good at
hiding
hiding
it
it,
in a very uncomfortable place.
It could be in her hair.
I guess.
beyond just maybe giving her a look, I'll just be continuing on toward the tower to try to
Give her a look.
be like,
Gives her another look. Gives her another look.
What sort of
Not
slack GM are you?
Not nearly hairy enough for
no, he's not. She's not pretty. She's
not
ugly.
bearded.
She's ugly.
What sort of slack GM are you not to have a picture?
I know, right? You could like totally have had one with the hair covering the super naughty bits.
Yeah. Is Dustin doing anything?
Turning away.
Well, I mean, the lady is asking for assistance.
As Getwell's lubing up.
So is Getwell going to help?
Oh, well.
Oh God. I have this terrible feeling that's we're about to lose Getwell.
Let's see. I know I made my will by 2, but I mean, she did ask for assistance, and that would be so unchivalrous of me. And Kendrick is always telling me how we're supposed to be chivalrous. So
I'm looking at
it's a dirty job, but someone's got to do it, right?
Getwell's the type of guy that if we're sailing past some sirens, he knows that they're sirens, but look, they're sirens.
I mean, just a little peril, Yeah.
She'd be supernatural.
Unless stop,
Does that
will
matter?
begin to dismount, and
What are you doing?
she asked for assistance. I'm going to help.
Oh God.
The player is trying to come up with a excuse to prevent him because he is using Kenrick's logic against Kenrick.
Murdoch
Well,
will
Maybe
look at
her poor clothes are have washed away, and she needs, and I have a cloak.
Okay,
Or
so just to recap a little bit, you entered the pass and you were suddenly assaulted by hundreds and hundreds of crows that suddenly disappeared as you approached the tower. There was also some god-awful sniper in the forest that you don't know what happened.
Can you guys detect magic? Dustin and or Getwell?
Well, actually, Murdoch will look at Brother Getwell and says,
Yes.
I need help. I got stuck by an arrow. Can you heal me?
Well, that probably would have been accomplished beforehand.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, no, you guys didn't
No,
have a chance.
'cause
We
Well,
were
we were
galloping.
galloping.
We just now got here. It's like, why are you going to help her? I need help. See this
I-
arrow
right.
in my back?
Honestly,
I'm like,
honestly,
Getwell's
everybody's like,
looks one direction, looks at this arrow, looks at the
She's
looks
like,
at the
wait.
water,
She's like
Looks-
waving, come on.
looks at.
I'm wondering
Explain
if
what the
there's
magic sense does.
I thought that was the majory plus IQ to
Yeah,
magic astral sight.
I'm trying to remember how that actually works though.
Yeah, because I was looking at detect magic, the spell, but detect magic, the spell works on objects.
When you see a magical object, not spells, a magical object, you get a IQ plus majory roll. Sorry, perception plus majory roll to intuitively know that's a magical item. As soon as you touch it, you get a second roll.
Okay, but this is
It does not work on
It's
spells.
objects, not creatures.
No.
So is there an appropriate skill that would replace that in this case? Like, is she I don't know what it would be, fairy or sylvan or?
Well, I mean, he has a bunch of knowledge skills he could potentially use there.
Yeah, I got occultism, thaumatology.
I didn't think about naturalist.
Would you like to make a roll?
Yes. Which one preferred?
By the way, Brother Make-You has sense of duty to the company of the beer.
Bere.
He's just preferring beer now. You can pick a skill, and
Are you
I
telling
will
me that
adjust it.
Murdoch doesn't have any healing potions on him?
No, I don't.
I don't have.
And I am totally charging you for this. Here you go.
Okay, so that magic sense only works for objects. Okay.
I did not know that. I now learned something new.
Enchanted
Let's
items.
see.
I think it might be
Okay.
confusing it with Astral Sight from Durand.
There's also Arisight.
And actually, if you critically succeed that roll, mage sense roll or whatever it's called, you actually learn the nature of the enchantment of it.
Mm-hmm. Let's have
Mage sight. That's what I was
Dustin?
thinking of.
Dustin
But
make
items.
a universe reaction roll real quick as well.
Dun dun dun. Mage Sense, page 102 on in Magic, tells the caster whether some unseen magical item or creature is nearby.
Is it a first aid or what for the arrow? Seeing as it's a
Well, if
bodkin,
you just yank it out,
it's just a bodkin, right? It's
yeah.
not a.
I mean, you could potentially get away with that. If you just yank the damn thing out and then give him the healing potion, probably okay. He's not going to enjoy it.
First aid, and then give him the.
Yeah.
So that'll
call
give
that
him
fit.
what, a 1d.
That takes time though.
I'm grumbling. I'm. So.
But hey,
I
just
first
stopped
aid.
you.
Okay. I'm first aiding Murdoch under duress, and I'm not paying a lot of attention. So I'm going to self-impose a penalty that, although I did succeed. So I will do.
It hurts.
It hurts. Murdoch is not happy with Gitwell, and Gitwell passes the potion after he's complete.
Getwell is looking at that arrow and the blood, and he can hear the female voice behind him, and he knows that voice is naked. And she's like, "Oh, come on, it'll only take a second."
I'll be right with you. This injured dwarf is. It's like.
There are a couple of things that occur to Dustin.
Dun,
One,
dun, dun.
It's trapped.
There are
She's
a lot.
trapped.
There are quite a number of Fae-type creatures that might be naked women who really want you to come help them.
Jenny Green Teeth.
And you have a number of potential ideas about which ones that might be. And given the situation, none of them are good.
Succubus, nymph.
Succubus
Well,
is
they're
a
not
demon.
Fae, but the other thing is you happen to brush the your key, and
Oh, I forgot
there
about the
is a
key.
little bit of buzz.
Fairy
It's
magic.
very slight.
Use the mirror.
I GURP no, that I don't
Oh,
believe
like an
that
elf?
she
Even better.
might be a Fey one. We're not talking about Layden's third cousin twice removed. We're talking like Fey.
So is Murdoch fully healed?
Are you sure? I think
that
you
is
need to
going
go
to
and get a better look.
That is going to take a minute. So
No.
Dustin's first reaction to that realization is to tell everybody that she might not be real.
She might not be on the up.
I'm on the up and up.
Yeah, I just realized that's
Wow.
not helpful for Getwell.
Well, hearing that.
Okay.
Well,
Okay. Note for everybody. Getwell is assisting Murdoch over the course of however long it takes to fix Murdoch. So it's entirely possible that it's not very hard to convince Getwell that it's not a good idea. So
Getwell is going to take some time because he's got to get Murdoch off the horse. He's got to get him into place where he can actually pull the arrow out.
he is extremely distracted during the process, but he is.
And he's very distracted. And then he's got to
She's
pull it, do the potions, do all that. The lady, upon hearing that there might be something wrong with her, insists that no, there's nothing wrong, and she's actually coming out of the water and walking over toward Getwell, saying, "No, this will just take a second. It's right there."
Not only is she naked now, she's wet as well.
Well, yeah.
wow.
Also, she's got a lot of seaweed on her, like stuck in her hair.
Kelpie? Not a Kelpie.
What the hell's a Kelpie?
Can Murdoch let off a shot with his sling?
Would Getwell have any sort of skills that would identify something like that? He doesn't have occultism, does he?
You know, I should, but I don't. I would have was that naturalist roll, which was success by 3.
You know what? Would you like to give up a penny or two?
He really would. He doesn't need them.
How about I
doesn't
go
use
with
He wants to give them to me.
can I retroactively spend my one unspent point for occultism, seeing as it's on my cleric progression?
What would that get you?
My skill would then be
I'm going to get depressed there, aren't I? Because it's an IQ based skill, and he's going to be like 12 or 13 or something.
that would have been a 12, so that would have only been a success by 2, but it would have also been the straight roll.
I'll allow that. Therefore, Getwell actually thinks of Kelpie. And he made it by enough that he knows not to touch her.
She's pure concentrated evil.
Like you mentioned, like so Dustin mentions, like, I think she could be Fae. It's like, nah, man, the only Fae around here would be like a Kelpie, and that they would have like seaweed on there. Oh man!
And he looks back and he looks at her, and not only a naked woman, seaweed, got a collar on her neck.
Now,
and
what is a little odd is that collar on her neck.
She, at that point,
It's going to get angry and ugly.
Might get angry and ugly.
I'm totally thinking of stuff that. Damn it, was it?
So she says, well, you're no fun. And then transforms.
Ah!
Yep.
Yep, she got ugly, all right. Magnus
Maybe
is like, what the
you got
fuck is that?
real ugly.
And she will attack you.
You found me beautiful once.
At what point does she attack us? Am I already on the ground? Am I prone? Am I still standing
You
up?
died.
I'm going to say
It's tragic.
he's... want to say Getwell's yanked the arrow out of you by this point, at least, and is probably in the process of handing off the potion.
Yipe.
So I just now have the potion in my hand and we're getting attacked. Okay.
So
Let
you're gonna
me
throw the potion at her?
see.
No, I'm gonna drink the potion.
You don't need it.
Well, he just yanked
Where
the
did I-
bodkin arrow out of me, so I
You're
probably took additional
fine.
damage, right?
So it doesn't do the half damage coming out the same way because that was a barbed arrow before.
Hey, it was a barbed. Yeah, it's not a barbed arrow, and I successfully did a first aid.
Okay.
Oh man.
Well, that's interesting.
That's totally gonna mess up my highlight reel.
Alrighty. Place yourselves more
You-
appropriately.
Google Maps this image or something.
I did actually.
I'm actually on horseback, I think.
Yeah. A lot of you were mounted at the time, so you may still be mounted.
Some of them like got off their horses immediately, but Kenrick's probably still on his horse.
So, random
Oh.
question that I'm not trying to game anything out of. So gases are considered fluids for the purpose of fluidism, yes?
Yes.
Can you
Does
swap
that
my?
include plasma?
Oh my gosh.
No, I don't
Okay.
think so. Plasma is not a gas; it's plasma. I don't. I mean,
yeah.
I don't know how you mean that.
I was trying to think of a way of somehow getting electricity out of fluidism, and so I was,
Oh,
plasma being a very excited gases, I figured maybe, but no. Okay.
if you were to take an electricity spell, you could use as an excuse, but that's not going to let you get electricity out of an existing spell.
All right, worth a shot.
Okay, well, yeah. So the creature will now be wanting to attack Brother Getwell, who is aware of its presence and is very aware that it just turned into a freaking monster.
Yeah.
Need you to change the token.
Oh, yeah, right. Damn it, where are you? You are you. And that ought to do. So you actually move it past?
Yeah, because that was not.
Okay, well,
I was not advancing super fast past them, but
she would have challenged you as you were coming up there if I had known that.
well, that's
But-
the case. I can relocate. Yeah,
Yeah, she would
that's
have.
fine.
She said something about password.
Right. Yeah. So, oh crap, monster. I'm presuming that is a SM1.
No, that is a 3, I think.
Holy cow!
It's a horse. It's horse sized. It's actually for a horse.
Yeah, Magnus is only listed as SM2.
Then it's 2.
Can you add Lady Wagon to the combat tracker?
You don't need her there.
Do you need to?
What's
Well,
she
it's-
gonna
she
do?
was- Spit on her and to cause a distraction. Thank you. I mean, somebody's threatening, get well, and she might be jealous. I'll just use my turn on for Lady Wagon.
Okay. So Kenrick, he's gonna have to get closer in order to be able to reach. But so he'll side up alongside her and take a swack at it, and she ignores it.
How do you mean ignores it?
Like you doesn't care.
You.
Okay. Right, then we're gonna need to rely on magical stuffs then.
Lucky enough, Murdoch has a magical weapon.
Technically, you've got 2 magical weapons.
Well, Murdoch is sort of on his butt.
Yeah, perfect time
know-
for you to use your sling.
I will grant you standing, since it's probably reasonable to yank that arrow out while you're standing.
Do I need
You
to
have,
fast draw my axe mace, or am I ready for this?
Let's see. I'm gonna say you probably had the axe out.
So say that again.
I'm gonna say you probably had the axe ready. You guys were
Okay.
here. You were here in combat time, so
Did I have enough time to drink the potion, or is it not yet?
you got an axe in one hand and a potion in the other, and no shield, by the way.
All right. Well, in that case, how is it a quick action to drink a potion? What is that?
You only took 4 points of damage, so you could just move on.
You're fine. What's the worst could happen? He's like, screw you
All
guys.
right, I'll move up and I'll take a swing at her with my magic axe, because it is magical.
Yeah, those of you who actually know stuff, like the occultism and all that crap, do they know how to kill it? Because
Well, the one that made the roll didn't make that good of a roll.
Yeah, I just probably throughout the. I mean, the only thing that hangs out in lakes in this area would be like a Kelpie, but they got seaweed stuff all. Ah.
All right, again, she does not care.
well, crap. What do we got that can affect that then?
Okay.
For the sake of your sanity, I will say that you absolutely have something.
Meteoric, the sling, the meteoric,
Yeah, maybe. And magic,
and magic.
actual magic.
I could shove her with
Okay. Can Murdoch drop his?
I'm gonna say you're gonna need that second to realize that it didn't really bite. But
Can I step and
you can
ready
do that
and
on your
prepare
turn.
and grab my weapon?
You step over and grab your mace.
And
Yeah, I'll let you have that.
Wagon steps once and spits in its face.
She's gonna.
What's the
kill
range
Wagon.
on that, I wonder? All right, so you're readied. Turn. Oh. Right. You didn't include range penalties.
No, I didn't. I just rolled it to speed things along. We're trying to speed things along.
Unfortunately, you just realized, after what you told the prince, you're healing her with that spit.
So I'll be nice and give Dustin a second chance on the occultism if you want to make that roll.
He's going to fail. We know it. He's going to roll an 18.
Well, roll crap, but given that everybody's kind of piecing it together at this point, so you already at
I'm
least
not
know.
piecing anything together.
Now that you know it's a Kelpie, it's gonna be immune to regular weapons, with the exception of cold iron, quote unquote, which you could interpret as meteoric, and silver.
Great. I've got nothing.
I see.
Well,
But as far as Dustin knows, magical still work just as fine.
also immune to spells.
Cool. Dustin is going to withdraw the iron key from his pocket. And if allowed,
do throw it at her?
closer. No, I'm gonna poke her with it.
That's what I'm gonna be.
Yep.
Setting
Well,
up for.
spells. Actually, that's a good point. I wonder. All right, so Dustin is stepping up. Turn. Damn it. I didn't skip that. Actually, make that go away. No, that's not what I wanted. All right, well, she's just been hit by a couple of things, and while they may not have done any actual damage, that doesn't mean they won't.
Huh. Interesting. The legend has it you could bridle them and subdue them that way.
Well, funny you mentioned that, but there is a bridle.
I'll let you go first with that attempt.
Does she have a bridle on?
Yeah, there's a bridle on.
Ooh.
It looks vaguely like that collar did.
Yeah, right.
Well, she is going to lunge at Make You.
Make you will scream like a
Who's
little
become
girl.
the target of her affections, as it were.
Sucks to be Mr. Vice Guy.
It's true.
Yeah.
It's a job.
She'll get some shark teeth on you.
See, this is what happens when you don't live an upright and positive life.
All right, I'm going to retreat and
Don't forget the girlish scream.
Yeah, there's a girlish scream as I retreat, with some haste and attempt to parry it. So
You parry a horse head, I guess.
basically interpose the mace instead of my arm to her mouth.
Well, I don't see any reason why you couldn't. It's not like
You do have to
horse.
You do have to take into account the strength. 1/3 of the Kelpie's strength is considered its weight as a weapon.
Well, but the mace is pretty sturdy. I think it can handle it.
So this thing's got like strength 30 and 40. That means it's like a 10-pound weapon.
It doesn't
Not quite
matter.
that bad. Are you out
I'll
of
burn
business?
a Benny.
That one does not affect you.
I will burn a bit. Thank you.
I thought you said we could burn Bennies on behalf of each other.
And I amended that afterward and said that you have to justify it like luck, in which case it has to directly affect you somehow. And in this case, it does not. So, one Benny, and he succeeds at his parry, manages to get it to not bite his face off. She's very disappointed, and those teeth are ugly.
You got
Well-
something in between your teeth right there. It's a little green piece.
It
Wait,
was
that's not
hopefully
green.
gonna be
That's
you.
rotten flesh.
Well, I'm not going to be able to accomplish much, although I'm going to be doing that. And I haven't been able to do this before. I'm going to be attacking while Magnus is attacking. So it's going to be like, Magnus rears up and hits with the, goes for one of the legs, for a kick. And, while I swing, and I thought there was
I don't think you can
a thing for
reach.
that. Well, when it comes down,
It's kind
I
of.
mean, if I
I'll look
can,
at
I
it.
just no, it's fine. It does occur to me that I can't do anything, so Magnus decides he's gonna kick. Oh, I forgot to add the +2, so that's still gonna be a fail by 2.
Okay, so it paws at her.
I'm assuming Leo's not there, right?
He's like just arriving over there.
He's over there going, yeah, I showed that elf what for. And then he's going to take another arrow in the back of the head because the guy had more bowstrings.
Did he have more heart?
All right.
So,
Yeah, he's a zombie archer now.
You can drop your axe as a free action.
no, wait a minute. I'm just double checking, but are Kelpies immune to magic weapons? Because supposedly GURPS Beastry, it says they're not immune to magic weapons.
Okay, now you're metagaming.
Now you're metagaming.
Well, because my
Doesn't
Brotner
matter.
is a
I
magic
know it
weapon.
is. I know it
I mean,
is.
it's been magically imbued with 3 different magic spells. I mean,
I know it is.
okay, I'll drop my axe and I'll start readying the sling.
Are you going to stand right next to her while you do that?
Okay, I am going to take another step and do you go all out defensive? Is it possible to try, attempt the occultism again to see if I recall anything more now that I've identified it as a Kelpie? And assume that under the stresses, all I was able to, it's like, but Kelpie, what were they affected against?
Did you tell anybody about the bridle?
No, do I know about the bridles more importantly?
Well, you mentioned it, so I mentioned it. You know it.
Oh, okay. It's like, all right. In that case, I'm going to. So, I don't know how this is going to work. I'm going to use wrestling.
That would be appropriate.
Wrestling to reach for the bridle. This is going to be telegraphed, and attempt to grab hold of it. And I guess that's all I'm going to be able to do this round is just get my hands on it.
All right. Yeah. Grab.
Woo!
All right. That was pretty good. Let's see what kind of defense I got. Wow.
Meanwhile, Kenrick has absolutely no idea why you're doing it.
Hey!
Holy cow!
It's like wait, because as I parry and kind of get my mace in there, I notice the bridle and I'm like, hey, I grab it.
Okay,
I grab
so
hold of it.
you got hold of the bridle and you noticed that her head is staying with you as she was trying to pull away, so she seems not to be able to resist.
Does she fall over?
I was actually hope Getwell was going to shout that. It's like, like, hey, bridle, because I was thinking about jumping up and jumping on her back and going for the bridle that way.
Ooh,
Which
that
would
could be
potentially been a bad. Which, yeah, like I said, would have potentially been bad.
All right, Dustin.
Of
I'd like to
course,
poke her
so
with the key.
Getwell's surprised. She because she responds to it. Getwell's like, "Oh, that worked."
I am going to say, for simplicity, that you can all basically notice that Getwell got hold of the bridle and she seems caught.
Oh,
You should command her to turn back to a naked lady.
Well, then you won't have hold of the bridle anymore.
But he'll have hold of the collar. So are we killing this evil creature?
Right now, I guess Dustin is scratching his chin and wondering what to do.
yeah, that kind of, well, I guess I'll. If it looks like she's getting loose again, I'll poke her with the key. But other than that, I'll just hold onto the key.
Oh, that's right. You were bringing the key up. Well, you could go stick her with it, I guess.
Well, I mean, if she seems calm now, I don't want to just.
Well, I wouldn't say she seems calm.
Yeah.
She's just caught.
Oh, okay, then I'll poke her with the key.
She's evil.
So you poke her with the key.
Misunderstood.
All right.
Yep.
Well, the key kind of burns her a little bit, but she can't get away from it. So there's a little bit of a hissing, and she yelps.
Ah.
All right. She struggles and can't seem to get free, but she is trying to move away from the knucklehead with the key.
Has no idea what's going on, why the thing is acting weird. I think we're basically doing an evaluate this round, trying to figure out what the hell can I do to assist in this.
So he's got his sling out. He's going to get it ready to fire.
Okay. Understood. No problem.
Getwell's like, "I hope this works," and he'll try and release the strap on the bridle.
Oh, what do you mean? You're trying to remove it?
Yeah.
All right. Well, that'll take a minute. She
What's
can't get
that
away
going
from you.
to do?
Hopefully, let her free her up to run away. I'm getting Getwell. You seeing the so this is Getwell's thinking. And he's not saying it out loud, but for the sake of everyone here, he's thinking that she's probably under some kind of compulsion because she's bridled. So if he's thinking if I release the bridle, she'll whatever compulsion she's under will free her, and she may at this point kind of go, "Well, I'm out." It's like, "Hey, you freed me. Let me
Deuces,
go."
y'all.
Yeah, exactly. That's what his thinking. He's like, "I hope this works," and he will start to, settle down now. Settle down now. Let me get this thing off you.
Okay. You're giving her commands.
Yeah. I'll
She
be
settles
like, settle
down.
down now. And
You got that, right? You have
Yeah.
control of her.
and then I will kind of shift her one step as I kind of try and move between myself and Dustin.
How are you shifting?
I'm just just kind of because Dustin's burning her with a key, and I don't need to cheese her off any more than we already have.
He just poked her. He didn't. She was wiggling around. So.
Oh. Like.
All right.
I got
so
it. I got it. I got this. I got this.
You tell her to calm down while you
settle
start
down.
trying to reach for to unbuckle the bridle or whatever.
Yeah.
So that's going to take a bit.
Yeah, but everyone else kind of notices it, so I'm hoping they'll.
Dustin.
Yeah, if he's got it and she seems to be responding to him, then I'll.
Dustin, you are starting to recall as your brain is well, you're not getting any less adrenaline at this point, but you know that he got hold of the bridle and you're starting to recall that you can control them by bridling them.
If he releases the bridle, he'll have no more control over the Kelpie.
He'll have he'll basically be able to command her, and she'll have to do, because clearly somebody already did that.
Because if he releases the bridle and takes it
Well,
off,
if he
of her,
releases
she's
it,
no
that's another
longer
matter.
bridled, right?
That is true.
She is free to do her own actions again at that point, so she's no longer under the control of.
Right. What does Dustin do?
Well, again.
Well, I'll mention to get well that it seems as long as he holds the bridle and gives commands, she's apparently compelled. So.
He might be like, "Stop it, dude! What are you doing?"
So Dustin is gonna back off, or is he staying there? What's he doing?
He's gonna stay there, but he's gonna put the key away.
Okay. All right. So
are you telling him to stop doing the thing?
The Kelpie is no longer struggling, and basically what it comes down to at this point is Murdoch. What is he gonna do?
Sling.
So you're gonna attack it. Question mark.
Yes, I'll throw my sling at.
You're gonna throw the whole sling at her.
Well,
yep, that's what he's
do
doing.
the fling.
All right.
Bullet.
Roll to hit. Gonna be damn hard to miss at this range.
Especially
+2
the
size
+2, the size mod.
He's gonna crit fail, smack me in the head. I'm gonna release
And
the
kill
Kelpie, and then the Kelpie's gonna finish, bite, critically hit Dustin, rip his throat out, and then trample, get well to death.
I like this version of the story.
Or he's just gonna knock you out, and she's gonna take you into the water, and that's the last we saw of you.
That's true. That would be well. Depends. Does she turn back into a beautiful woman when she goes back into the water?
Yeah, no.
Doesn't matter if you get drowned to
You
death.
just drown.
+2 for size mod. That's still missed by 1, right?
Yeah, that's still missed by 1.
Unless she's doing all-out attack.
Well, you could do an all-out attack. That's true.
Which makes sense if it's completely under control.
Is that what he's going to do? Paul?
Yes, all-out attack, determined, ranged.
Okay. You hit her.
Is she going to explode and knock us all down?
You just go in center mass or random. What are you doing there? Let's just call it center mass for ease of use here.
Is it a centaur or quadruped?
Quadruped?
Center mass.
That makes it easier. Center mass it is. Roll damage.
Damn.
Okay. Yeah, he whacks her pretty hard, and that actually did damage. blood and
doesn't
everything.
Explode?
No, she doesn't explode
That's
though.
disappointing. I was hoping for an explosion.
Okay, and yeah, yelp in pain, and she really wants to get away, but she has to obey. So, establish that group plan at this point. We'll call the combat over, as long as somebody's got hold of the bridle.
Yeah, well, I'm like, what is this thing? You know, 'cause
For love of the daughter, Murdoch, I got this. Leave off.
It's evil. What are you gonna do with it? It's evil.
It's a
It needs to be
fae.
destroyed.
Well, it is technically evil.
Oh, is it really?
It is an evil fae.
Hmm.
Eats
Oh,
children.
he's like,
It
oh,
eats
well,
children.
in that case,
What do you know about Kelpies? You don't even.
he may have cheated and looked in the book.
Because Murdoch's player is over there reading the book behind everybody's back.
Gosh, it must be a Herman's thing.
Brother Getwell knows it's a Kelpie, so he would know that the Kelpie eats children and is evil.
We already established what he knows.
So
I would keep slinging at it until it's dead.
Okay. Hold on. Is there a way to banish these things in general?
You don't have any way to do that at this point.
Yeah,
I don't
it's called
think.
hitting them with the sling until they go away.
It's true that if you release it, it may run away because
But
now it's been really damaged.
I will
But,
continue
then
to
it'd still
sling
be
at it
here.
until it's dead. So whatever Brother Getwell's going to do, if he releases it, that's fine. I'm still going to keep attacking.
So the question is, do you stop Murdoch from doing that?
Well, I think the actual question is, does he know they're evil?
Because
at this point, without bogging it down with a whole bunch more occultism rolls, as you go along, you're going to start recalling all these things about it, and they're not good. It's not something you necessarily want to leave running around in the wild.
trying to think, is there a way to do this mercifully? Because Getwell recognizes the need for this to probably be put down or destroyed.
Do we have anything silver? Somebody said it was not immune to silver.
There's probably silver in my.
I don't think you have any silver.
Yeah,
other
we
than
don't have any
coins.
just coins.
Can I just continue rolling,
coins.
or do I have to continue rolling to see if
bother
I
at this point. So
we will.
The question here is whether anybody's going to stop Murdoch, because Murdoch's not going to stop slinging at it.
I can't. I have to hold this down.
Okay. So at this point, Murdoch is just going to keep slinging at it until it dies.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Right.
Well, Kenrick is like, what is it? You guys are like, oh, it's a Kelpie. I don't know what a Kelpie is.
All right. So Murdoch keeps pelting it with the damn rocks until it basically collapses and turns into this gelatinous ooze thing, like a jellyfish or something. It's just, it's nasty. With a lot of seaweed and water, and it's a mess. But it's clearly not a monster anymore. It's just a pile of goo.
And Getwell's looking at the gelatinous mess, going, "Oh man, I was going to sleep with that." Ugh.
Well,
I got problems. Say it. You got problems.
So, with that gone, you have no obstacle between you and the tower.
Yeah.
Murdoch will take
Just
time
now,
to drink the healing potion, recover his health, ready his weapons, and get his gear back, and then continue.
You owe me for that healing potion.
I will look at Brother Makyu and I say,
and he chucks the bridle into Murdoch's
you should have kept
face.
the bridle. You should have kept the bridle. You could show it off at your brothel.
Well, that's true. It's like, I'll keep the bridle, and you owe me for that, and then I will ignore
look,
everything that Murdoch says from this point on.
I will
So
look at
he
you
can
and say,
shout-
you owe me one. I just saved your life.
Enough. We're going into the tower. Magnus, watch the horses.
All right. As you cross the bridge toward the tower, the key starts to vibrate more. And you enter at the bottom. The door is unlocked, and up you go. And there is a stair turret on the side, so you basically have to go in there and go up the winding stairs. And the higher you get, the more the key starts to buzz.
Yeah, I'll be taking lead, shield out, weapon out, hoping we don't run into any more of these things that my weapon can't affect.
You reach the top of the tower, and it opens. The stair turret opens into a large circular room, and you see all this stuff over here, and off to one side you see a man standing in front of a full-size mirror.
Well, we know he's bad.
And he says, "Company
Shit,
of the
sorry,
big
guys.
The
It's like,
grudge hold.
sorry, guys. I tripped the cinematic cutscene thing when I was walking up there.
says, Company of the Bere, we meet at last again." And you realize when he says that this is the guy that you previously misidentified as the investor in the first session. And he says, "We meet at last again. It looks like you have foiled yet another finely crafted plot of mine, but to no avail. It is but one of many. Now that you know the who and what, you are no doubt wondering why.
Not really.
Well, great fame and wealth unimaginable are nothing.
We should all just turn and walk away and let him monologue to no one.
Start talking to each other.
No. He starts sucking, and we're like, skip.
I would be swinging my axe at him, okay, while he's
Did
talking.
you not hear me? I accidentally tripped cinematic cutscene thing. We're like, damn it, this is an unskippable scene.
He says, nothing compared to revenge. And then he says, see you soon. And takes a step backward into the mirror. So
I'm looking around for the princess.
you have a split second if you intend to do something.
Dude, hit him with hit the mirror with your with the rock.
Sling? Yeah, I'll
hit
do
it with
that.
the rock. So like maybe he's trapped halfway between.
Well, he'd have to ready the sling to do it.
Ah!
He's only got a half second.
Just throw the
He had
rock.
his axe.
I have my axe. I can strike the mirror with my axe.
You can throw the axe if you want to.
What are the penalties for throwing an axe?
Hey, just roll 3d6.
Yeah,
You could just throw the rock.
You can't throw the rock.
I can't throw the rock.
He's like
I can only do it
6'5".
from the
You
sling.
can't throw the rock.
No, the rock only appears when I'm about ready to use the sling.
Mark got it.
Yeah. Wow. That was a crappy roll.
You threw the freaking thing out
The
the
rock,
window.
his axe goes out the window.
Well, to be fair, that's not exactly a weapon that's weighted for throwing.
Is Leo here at this point?
Does he actually have the throwing skill
Yeah,
or
I
anything
have
like
throwing skill.
that? What is your skill?
11.
Yeah, you crap. That was a really bad throw. It embeds right beside the mirror.
Oh, come on. It can't go out the window.
Well, Leo's there too.
Is
so
is Leo here?
Bad. What? Oh yeah.
All right,
Yeah,
Leo's.
you guys are all kind of piled out of the the turret just as he's doing his soliloquy. So you've got just enough time to get out of the way of everybody.
You sly dog, you got me monologuing.
And
So you're gonna-
has he already stepped through the mirror, or is he stepping?
He is in the process of stepping through. If you're going to try to pull something, I'll give you the fast draw and all that crap. Just roll it if you want to roll it. But
I yell out, "Stop!"
It didn't work, Mark. Why'd you roll it
Oh,
twice?
oh! I didn't realize it actually. It didn't look like it. I rolled. I didn't notice it actually the first time.
okay.
Yeah, you failed the first time. Oh well.
If he burns a Benny, he would have succeeded.
No, I'm not burning a Benny.
I'm looking around for the damn princess. Is Leo shooting?
Yes, Leo intends to take a shot at this guy. Leo is fully expecting this arrow to come back.
I'm not.
Dustin sees that he is holding a small mirror in his hand.
This dude is likes his mirrors, doesn't he?
Dustin knows that that is a component for return missile. Laodin, do damage to yourself.
So he does a blocking spell.
Yeah. Actually, do you have to roll that?
I don't have to do
Remember how that
damage to
works
myself.
He does have to roll the spell to cast it.
Well, casting it.
And I'm fully expecting this to come back, so Leo's dodging.
Well, that may be true. All right, you can defend then.
If the attacker to hit was successful, he hits himself. If not, he sees him as considered a parry by the caster for combat purposes. Interesting.
But it's still a blocking spell, which means if someone has something else, he can't use another blocking spell.
True. Well, fortunately, the axe missed.
Oh man, damn.
Okay, so Leo is going to extra effort diving dodge.
Uh-huh.
Damn,
I was-
lucky that he
Oh,
did.
Wow.
You
Oh, you
lucky
didn't
you
put
did
any of
those.
Yeah. Whew. Yeah, that one like departed your hair.
I saw that when on mine, I saw it roll the 2 6s, and I was like, "Oh no! Did he just roll an 18?" And then
Uh-huh.
the 1 4. I'm like, no, okay.
All right. Yeah, that arrow just embedded right in the door behind you where you were standing.
More importantly, it's the princess.
We'll get to that.
Probably on the other side of
So,
the mirror.
He
In another castle.
he backs through the mirror and gives you a little finger wave and just kind of turns around and walks off. You realize
Finger
that
wave. That's like he's flipping.
We're
us off.
number one. We're number one.
Yeah, he's kind of flipping you off, and you can see that the reflection in the mirror is not this room, which isn't a terrible surprise at this point. Next step for anyone?
Getwell will be impulsive and follow him through the mirror.
Okay.
You're gonna
rushes.
get cut up.
Getwell rushes forward, and as he makes contact with the mirror, it cracks.
Oops.
And you die of all of those paper, mirror cuts.
He does not.
Why unlucky for 7 years.
Yeah, there you go.
That would be freaking hilarious.
Dang it.
All right, so yeah. So after this, I'm gonna presume that you guys are going to search around, and you will find on the floor below there are a couple of rooms down there, and in one room you have a table / bed. There's like a coffin box thing over there, and in that coffin box thing you see that person.
What person?
Did it not come up?
Wait. Hey, Dustin.
Mysterious woman?
Bring your mirror over here.
Indeed.
I will bring mirror.
Now he remembers the mirror.
Use the mirror on her.
I do.
The reflection is the princess. Also worth noting, she is wearing a crown, or rather, the person that you see is wearing a crown while she's laying unconscious in this box.
Right. Who's the impulsive person who goes, "Oh, I wonder what this is," and pulls the crown off,
Ketwell.
killing both of them?
You remove crown, and you watch the form shapeshift into the princess, clothing and all. And she opens her eyes, and it's kind
My
of
brother
like
Ketwell,
she's
we
been
are here to
asleep
rescue
for
you.
a week.
I
She's
wonder.
clearly a bit loopy still, and sees Make You, and after she crawls out of the stupid box, she gives Make You a huge hug, then instantly pulls back and dusts herself off and acts like it didn't just happen.
Your Highness. I'm totally wondering what's happening right now with the prince's party. He's like talking with the princess, and she changes, and he goes, "Ah!"
That would be so awesome, wouldn't it?
And as Dustin is
The crown.
observing this and seeing the crown and all that, is realizing this is all the body swap spell. It's a version of it, at least.
Yep. And Getwell probably is looking at the crown, looking at Getwell, and we both kind of like nod at the same time. And then we both look to Kenrick and says, "We got to get the crown off the fake."
She was not wearing a crown.
Oh, I thought she was.
So
Only-
she's probably already reverted back to her original self since she took the crown off the mysterious
Now
woman.
I'm totally wondering.
That would be
if she's
Dustin's
gonna,
guess.
Yeah, I'm wondering if she's going to totally gank that prince.
It's not going to be pretty.
That's going to be awesome. I hate that I'm rooting for her.
It's interesting too. Would she even realize that the facade is
when
gone?
everybody reacts like, "Who the hell are you?" And she's like,
so the princess doesn't really remember anything that happened. So she was basically unconscious for the whole time. Also in another room on this level, you've also got a dude in there who is chained up, and you will determine that he is in fact the carriage driver. And after some time, you will determine that he was also body swapped at one point and was responsible for the kidnapping in that time. So somebody body swapped with him and then went and kidnapped the princess.
Right. So we're gonna have to go get that stupid carriage.
Also, the rest of the rooms in this tower are empty. It does look like it had been abandoned for a long time. There are signs of some temporary habitation. Clearly, some guards were, sleeping here and that sort of thing. There's a little bit of supplies and that sort of thing. The most interesting thing that you find overall is in that upper room, there is a torch there with a blue flame that you have no idea what the hell that's about. And it has a vaguely magical aura. Also, after the mirror cracked, by the way, the key stopped buzzing.
Huh.
So, that being said, if there's any loot to be had in the tower, I will deal with that later. But the carriage is recoverable. However, there are no horses for it.
I do. Does it need? How many does it need? Because I do have my pack animal.
It's a 4-horse carriage. You can probably pull it out and take it along with what you've got. But at some point, you'll want to get some actual
We do
team,
that at
a
Highroad.
horse team. But you can find the next Greystone is the nearest big town where you could probably get some get a team of horses for that purpose.
Is that
How
the
many?
closest?
How many people
Yeah.
does a carriage hold?
Well, normally it'd hold 5 or 6 probably ish.
So we have enough horses that we can all pull it with our current horses, except for Magnus,
Your
and then we
current
just ride in the
horses are
carriage.
your current horses are riding horses. They're not trained to pull.
If we had kept the Kelpie, we could have had the Kelpie pull it for us.
That's possible, but it's only one Kelpie.
Yeah,
Let me
an
see.
evil Kelpie that you have to maintain control at all times.
Yeah, well, women are evil too, so we live with them. Yada yada yada. So yeah, Greystone is the capital of this earldom, and it is the most likely place where you could find something like a team of horses that you could just purchase or rent or whatever. So it is the most sensible place to go. And
Or
other
use
than that-
use the princess's influence to just, get a team of horses because they know they'll get reimbursed by the king.
that's called being a tyrant dick.
If there is hero stuff present, I can use some of my coins for that. as
You
necessary.
could potentially.
We also
although-
have prep points remaining.
There is also that, so I would allow the prep points to handle any sort of expenditures in that regard. But that being said, you could use the promise of payment by the king and potentially do it that way
Yeah, I wouldn't. do
instead
that.
of just requisitioning something.
I'm not going to do that.
The princess might.
Yeah, well, she's not in charge right now.
It'll take her a while to really come around to be herself again. She's been out of it for a while.
So she sleeps. That's fine. Yeah, we'll probably grab some potentially. Is that the Barons? No, as you said, that's the Arls thing. The Greystone, right?
It is the capital of the earldom.
So
Which
if
is-
the Arl is home, then we'll try
It
to
is
take
also it's also the capital of the duchy.
Okay. Well, then we might attempt to. Who's the Duke here?
It's the Duchess,
Duchess. Okay. Well, ultimately,
which you did meet
we
at
probably,
the party.
Ultimately, we probably wanted to get an additional escort to bring the
okay.
princess back because, hey, apparently Nefaria has made at least one attempt on her immediately, so we need to ensure she's protected on the way back, especially
Okay.
from assholes like Getwell. Oh, did I say that out loud? I did say that out loud, didn't I?
So that
That
is
face.
perfectly doable. So if you go to castle at Greystone, you can speak to the Duchess there, and she will give you a proper escort back, along with the princess, to the capital. And thus, the company of the Bere escorted the princess carriage back to the capital, along with the Duchess's men, to a royal welcome while wondering when the magpie will strike next and how.
Probably next week.
Quite possibly next week. All right, so this is the Princess Rescue Job Part 2. Surprising no one.
Should describe the cutscene where the fake princess reverts.
It's a little ahead of schedule, but I'll go ahead and tell you that you will eventually learn that the Prince of Antigonia did not return to the capital, but was reported to have bypassed it and gone straight back to Antigonia. And there are rumors that he had spent some time recovering from certain injuries. Some people might use the word torture.
Oh,
Ow.
And then he's going to die from a cold because, torture.
All right, Bennies. Who gets the Benny today?
That's a darn good question.
Murdering.
I'll nominate Brother Getwell for his role playing of his meeting with the Kelpie.
Second.
Yeah, I don't have any problem with that. I'm just trying to think of anything else.
Brian, you were saying something?
Brian had the tracking the sniper down and keeping us from getting shot again.
That's true. That situation could have gotten really bad.
Leodin, I also nominate Leodin for Benny too.
Need to think of something Kenrick did, because Kenrick's got no bennies.
Well, he did Duel for Honor, but that was kind of its own reward. By the way, that sniper, as you might expect, upon reflection, was using Leodin's stats.
Sucks to have been him.
Which means anything he did, you could have done.
Anything you can do, I can do better. I can do
So make you
better
Leodin,
than
as everybody agreed.
That's fine with me.
Done. All right. Let's see if we got anything else. So anybody got any bookkeeping you need to do? One character point for everyone.
Not until next week. Because
How many guild
next
coins
week...
do we get?
One.
Oh, yeah. Nuh-uh.
What?
We were supposed to get more than that. He said we were going to get one each and, one with
Another
returning her and, an additional one that she was
right.
unspoiled.
Okay, so that's right. So yeah, you've already got the first one. So the second one you'll get because you brought her back and not the prince. And the third one is good because you never actually attacked the false princess, which this particular version of the spell does reciprocal damage.
Oh, that could have been bad.
ah.
So how many extras? Or how many in total?
Total of 3.
So total of 3 each.
So now
And,
I understand why Brother Getwell said, "Are you okay with getting one less guild coin?"
Uh-huh. Yeah.
That's not what he perceived for unspoiled. Because he's a piece of crap.
Right. So anybody got any bookkeeping other than that?
No, next week I will. Since once I do the recap, I will have 4 points. I will be improving the axe mace skill finally.
Right. Okay. Yeah. If anybody needs to know, there is going to be at least a month, maybe 2. Might be like a month and a half between this one and the next one.
Groovy.
What was the
Yay, we
total
have a-
points? Was it 3 or 4?
3 guild
Points.
coins.
1 CP.
One
So,
character point, 3 guild coins.
so we earn 1 character with 3 guild points.
Yeah.
Have we decided what the next game's going to be after this?
We're not having that discussion yet. All right, so if you're watching this and you have questions, corrections, suggestions, or general hecklings, feel free to leave a comment
Definitely
here
heckling.
or find us on Discord. Thank you for watching. Olympus out.
I like monkeys.
That's
He
true.
does like monkeys.
Monkeys are the best.